Done. Got a lot of work done. Yeah, it's gonna be awesome. I'm gonna take a little bit of a break here. I'll be back at the top of the hour in about 10 minutes, and we'll start some space news, and then we'll get into Kerbal. We have to get that to go mess with the SSTO some more. I think actually we might mess with. Yeah, we got to mess with the SSTOs more. I'm gonna try to get the one I have stranded back. All right, we'll be back and we'll get going at the top of the hour. Hey, Citro, long time no see. How are you? I'll be back in a minute, though. You catch it? I'll be back. I'll be back in a minute. Be back in a minute. Well then. Well, look, it's carrying consist. Look at that. Cool. I mean, I don't know why the big boy would just be carrying 4 cars. Train Doge. Train Doge. That's a 4884. It's 4014. Whoa, wait a minute. Hold up. Hey! Bird! 67 F100. Long bed. Very nice. Sounds real good. Sounds like a 390, I think. You hear how low the pitch was on that? 390. It's got an FE engine in it. Very nice. Yes, you can tell by the sound. They sound differently. But also the train, though. The train... The Chevy. You know the thing makes 6,000 horsepower, right? 6,000 horsepower. It has enough tractive effort that the tractive effort on a locomotive like this, it rivals a rocket engine. That's how much power this thing makes. Deferred? No, no. Deferred has probably like 150. Hey, Jip! Pip, pip! Jeep was like, oh, God. I don't know who linked the footage. I think it was Panta. I think Panta linked this footage. Or if you linked it, please say. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, look. Parameter G. Write that down. Yep. You had me at steam trains and grain silos. Yeah. Oh, snap. There's a Starship base over there. See, there's some grain silos. We talking steam? Yeah, it's a little different. It's got a 4-cylinder in it. Yeah, it's 4-cylinder. 4-cylinder external combustion engine. They have a diesel for hydraulics. Actually, not for hydraulics. The diesel is there to generate electrical power for the cars, because there's no way to... I mean, I suppose you could put an alternator on this somewhere, but I don't think the original design did. It's there for electrical power for the cars, and it's there for not hydraulics, pneumatics. Pneumatic brakes. And then you have 2 oil tenders right there. These locomotives were originally built for coal, and then they were converted to bunker C. Bunker C fuel oil. Like a container ship almost. Bunker C is like if you took Jello and oil and like how, like motor oil and Jello and kind of combine them into one thing. It's sloppy, like tar pit almost. The thing is if you when you heat it up though, it releases a lot of energy when you heat it. Yeah, the pneumatics, lumber. The pneumatics, the braking. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could also dynamically. Yeah, you can dynamic brake with that too. Yeah, like a lot of container ships. A lot of container ships have diesels in them, but they're not diesel engines. They're diesels. They don't use diesel fuel. They use bunker C. So it's an engine that is a diesel by definition, but it's not running off of diesel fuel. It's running off of bunker C. Bunker C, when you heat it, it releases a lot of energy. So blown head gasket oil, it's not milkshaky. Bunker C, here, I'll show you. It's called heavy oil. Or just bunker C fuel oil, I guess. The stuff it's like, it's tar. Here, take a look. Yeah. Like, it's not gelatin. It's like, it has the consistency of like cake frosting almost. Can this train haul an Atlas? Yeah, of course logical. Basically crude oil with the only stuff you can make roads from removed. Yeah. Yeah, it's nasty stuff. Like jelly. It's like yeah, jam almost. This stuff's icky. Like whenever like environmentalists like are like, "Hey, look at this oil. Look at how bad this is." They're showing bunker C. They don't show like kerosene or anything because it looks like liquid. You guys want to see what RP1 looks like? Who thinks they know what RP1 looks like? What do you think? You think it's brown, black, yellow, like diesel fuel? What do you think? Clear like gasoline? If you guessed Jello mold, yeah, that's RP1. Yep. Rocket propellant 1. That's rocket grade kerosene. It's freaking red. It's cool. Like, that's what Falcon 9 uses and Soyuz, and actually Soyuz is using naphtha, or they're going to change it over to naphtha, but yeah. Isn't it dyed for identification though? Yeah, so is it not red? Like, I'm pretty, yeah. I don't know, do they? I mean, yeah, I mean, fuel oil is, like, kerosene wouldn't be red. I mean, yeah. If you drop a match into RP1 without it, you could drop a match into RP1 without it lighting, right? You could do that with gasoline, Lord. Don't try. But yeah, look, it's not the movies, all right? You can't just throw a match on gasoline. Gasoline actually, it's not gasoline that excuse me. It's not gasoline that causes the fire. It's the vapors. You have to get it to vaporize or atomize to get combustion, to get fire. So like, if you had a tank that was filled up to the brim with gas and you dropped a match in, it would just put the match out. Unless the vapors caught on fire, and then you'd make a very nice candle. The gasoline itself, the liquid doesn't, that's just, they keep it like that because it's stored. It's stored energy. It has a lot of potential energy in it. Well, Not potential energy. That's not really the right way to say that. It's the vapors, though. The gasoline is pretty stable by itself. Chemical energy is the right way to say it. It has a lot of chemical energy, but you have to get it to vaporize to get it to combust. It doesn't matter if it's a rocket motor, it doesn't matter if it's a car, jet engine, whatever. Even the steam engine. The steam engine's an external combustion engine, which uses they heat water in the boiler, and it boils the water. That water turns to steam, and that steam gets pumped through a reciprocating piston. The big boy right there is a 4884 double articulated steam locomotive. It's 4 cylinders. It's got a 4-cylinder in it. I feel like you should repeat the part about not trying this at home. Yeah. Don't do that. I mean, that was like literally the first thing I said, but yeah. Can 4014 become electric? I mean, it's a steam locomotive, DV. Now, I mean, it's an external combustion engine. You'd have to start over if you wanted to change that. Like, with that being said, like a turbine electric, a steam turbine, well, dude, they had all different types of crazy steam locomotive designs after World War II to try and compete with diesel locomotives. They had all different types of stuff. They had steam turbines. They never did a steam turbine electric. But now that I'm thinking about it, a steam turbine electric would be really efficient. Steam is one of the most efficient ways of generating power. Literally every power plant out there is a steam power plant. It's just we designate what separates like a nuclear power plant from a coal power plant by, what you use to heat the water. Right? So like a nuclear power plant, you use radioactive decay. You regulate the flux of radioactive decay with a control rod to heat water. And then that water heats up and it turns a turbine. And that's it. And then the turbine is connected to a generator. Boom. Power. Done. With a natural gas power plant, it's literally the same thing. Only you're using natural gas to heat the water. That's it. Not hydro, but yeah. Hydro is just cold steam. There you go, yeah. I mean, obviously, yeah, hydro, wind, and solar don't use steam. Certain solars, though, you can heat up stuff. Certain power plants just they use the sun to heat water. There's a power plant that's just a solar steam? I forget what it's called. You ever see the attempts at a high-pressure steam locomotive? No, sneaky, but you know what I thought would be a cool idea? The way a rocket works and the way a steam engine works is not very different. Seriously, ponder it for a second. Like, what if we tried to make a modern steam locomotive that took some ideas from rocket science? So, like, I don't know, a friction stir-welded boiler.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
An aluminum lithium friction stir-welded boiler on a steam locomotive. You could have much higher pressures in there. And then what you could do to keep the water, to keep stuff boiling, right? You could have it run off cryogenics if you really wanted to. Can you imagine? Instead of having water, you have liquid oxygen in there? But then again, liquid oxygen turns to gaseous oxygen, or you could use liquid nitrogen. The best would be a liquid hydrogen. Higher than a steel boiler? Doubt. I mean, they're riveted boilers, Kamir. The steam locomotives they're riveted. The seams are rivets. So, okay, like maybe a 304L stainless boiler. I don't think you'd want to pay for liquid O2 when you still use air. I mean, yeah. New emote, yeah. Parameter G. That's our Peepo G. Man, if there only was a way to tell chat about a new emote without me having to post it every 5 seconds. Oh my god, super cool. That's cool, Fun Sister. Solar thermal. Yeah. There's ways that you could make a modern steam locomotive. A steam turbine. Steam turbine electric is probably what I'd end up doing. So you do everything that a steam locomotive does. You heat up the fuel, right? Or you heat up whatever you do it. You use that to heat the water, right? And then...
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
And then, jeez, man. And then instead of going through a reciprocating piston, you go through a turbine. Turbine's connected to a generator, and then the rest of it is just a diesel locomotive. Or just an electric locomotive. That would be super efficient. Jeez, Cetrell, is that $50? Thanks, man.
Discovery,
I
go
didn't
and
need
throttle
to
up.
do that. Found the picture that Labby posted of the solar steam power plant. Yep. Pretty cool. Nuclear train when? You can't rad shield it well enough, Sawyer. The locomotive would be too heavy. Like, the amount of lead... Like, you could make a locomotive that would have sufficient rad shielding, but it would be too heavy. It would sink. It would ruin the tracks. Last and second to last. Oh, jeez. I've had a stupid idea of an electric power steam locomotive since electricity is most efficiently used for heat production and steam is made with heat. Well, it's always going to be a diminishing return, Sneaky. But what I was getting at is, like, so with a modern steam turbine, right, you could, I mean, yeah, I guess if electricity is making heat, yeah, that's, if you had a heat exchanger, right, yeah, that could work. You'd have to make a condenser. So no, I'm talking about a closed loop steam locomotive. Steam locomotives are open cycle. They boil off all the water and the steam gets ejected out the side of the vehicle. Space EJ. Oh. All right. Here, look at this. Check this out. So, CRS-22, resupply Dragon capsule to the ISS came back down last night. There was a successful splashdown, and SpaceX posted these pictures. We got a little bit of marshmallow action going on here. Electrolyte, make it run off lemons. Yep. She got a little crispy, but it looks okay. There you go. That one came back down. Go Navigator recovered this one, if I'm remembering right. Thomas, was it Navigator or Searcher for this one? I think it was Nav. Toasty Marshmallow. Yep, this is the parachute container, parachute rigging, and then there's the mortars. This is Go Navigator. Yep, is that normal crispy? Yeah, Kane, that's fine. CRS-22 was launched, how long ago? It was a little bit ago. When did that go up there? It was up there for 36 days, so it launched on June 3rd. Pretty cool. Sweet. Now, the real question is this... Are they going to relocate Crew 2 up here? Are they using Soyuz anymore? Yeah, of course, Maka. Soyuz is going to be flying for a pretty long time. It's a good spacecraft. It's old, but it's good. It works. It's like that damn pickup truck that I showed in the Big Boy footage. Why relocate? They're going to move this Smirks because they want Starliner. Starliner's going to be the next one up. You're going to have a Dragon 2 next to a Starliner. The OFT mission is the next mission. I forget I honestly forget the exact reason why they want to use the front port. NASA likes the damn front port, but I'm sure somebody here knows. I totally forget why off the top of my head. My brain isn't working very well today. I didn't get a lot of sleep, so brain do good what more like. So, best guess is more clearance? I don't think so. Any chance Starlink 29 launches soon? Well, the range is currently offline on the East Coast right now. Cynical. They're doing maintenance. The Space Force does maintenance on their tracking systems first week of July every year. Better looking photos. Yeah, maybe it's so they can image it. But they did the same thing with Dragon. They had to play the shuffle game with CRS-21 and Crew 1. Why don't they put like 3 to 4 more docking ports on the front? Well, they're working on that, Alex. You need an IDSS. So here's the thing. With a space station, all right, I swear I'm not making these acronyms up, okay? So with the space station, you see these bent things? These bent things are the space shuttle's docking port, okay? This is called a pressurized mating adapter, or PMA. There's 3 of them up on the space station. The shuttle, I said this yesterday when we were talking about it. The shuttle flew its entire career with a Russian docking port in the payload bay. Yeah, there was an APAS, an androgynous peripheral attachment system. After the shuttle mirror program, they had already outfitted the shuttle to fly with the Russian docking ports on them. Ironically enough, the Russian docking ports were designed for Buran, and they ended up flying in a shuttle. I know, strange. So, they wanted the shuttle to be able to get at this stuff pretty easily, right? And so they basically made the pressurized mating adapters, PMAs, these elbow-shaped pieces. They put APAS on the front so the shuttle could dock, and then they put ACBM on the back, or just common berthing mechanism. The CBM is how all the station modules go together. The CBM is basically just, you need a robotic arm to move the 2 CBMs next to each other, and then the CBMs will latch. It's just the latch mechanism in a docking port. There's no autonomous docking system attached to it. Berthing systems are way simpler. You only use docking systems when you absolutely have to. So, the shuttle, they put the APAS port, similar, the front of this is basically the mere docking adapter, and the back of it is just an adapter that goes to the CBM. So when the ISS was started, they launched, over its career, they launched 3 PMAs. 2 of them were launched on the first shuttle mission to the station, PMA-1 and PMA-2. PMA-3 was on STS-130, if I'm remembering right. So PMA-1 is over here. PMA-1 connects Unity, Node 1, to Zarya, because the Russian modules have an APAS port at the front, just freaking like Mir did, right? So they figured, we're going to keep the shuttle flying with a Russian docking port, and the Russian modules that we're going to work with already have APAS on it anyway, so just make 2 pressurized mating adapters and then make a functional spare. So PMA-1 and 2 flew on STS-88. PMA-2, this one right here, is what the shuttle docked to its entire career. PMA-1 attaches the space station together between the USOS and the Russian segment. And then 3 was brought up a little bit later. Now, what does this have to do with adding more docking ports? Well, in the mid-2010s, as part of the commercial resupply program, Dragon 1 was slated with bringing up a bunch of these guys. See these white rings? Those are called international docking adapters. There was also 3 of those made. There was IDA 1, 2, and 3. IDA 2 and 3 are right there. IDA 1 is at the bottom of the ocean. It was on CRS-7 that popped in 2015. So, I don't know where they would have put IDA 3 if they had ever used it, but it doesn't matter. The point is they only have 2 pressurized mating adapters to put these international docking adapters on. The international docking adapter adapts APAS 95 to the International Docking System Standard, which is funny because it's derived from APAS, which is hilarious. So you have CBM to PMA to APAS to IDA to IDSS. IDSS is what Dragon 2 Cargo, Dragon 2 Crew, and Starliner and Dream Chaser will use. So, okay, what if we want to add more of these things? Well, you need more pressurized mating adapters. You need something to adapt CBM to IDSS. There is stuff out there that could be used for that. Sierra Space, so the company that makes Dream Chaser, is working on a module for their uncrewed Dream Chaser resupply vehicle called Shooting Star. Shooting Star is basically a module that attaches to the back of an uncrewed Dream Chaser, and Shooting Star modules are basically a service module that allows Dream Chaser to stay on orbit for a long period of time. Shooting Stars have a CBM on the back, they have an axial CBM, and they have IDSS on the front. Orion also uses IDSS as well. That's right, Joe. So,
Discovery, go and throttle.
Why don't they just launch more docking ports? The long story short of that is that, yes, they will. I have a feeling, nobody's ever said anything regarding this, but I have a feeling one of these Shooting Stars with Dream Chaser might find its way onto the ISS and stay there. So we have more ports for more ships to attach. Because right now there's a bottleneck. The funny story is that Starliner on the OFT-2 mission is scheduled to fly on the 30th, late July, right? And
Go and throttle up.
Deadbringer, 30-month resub. Dirk, 41-month resub. The funny thing is that Starliner has been ready for a couple of months. It's been ready to fly pretty much since April. Yeah, the reason why they haven't launched it to the space station is because there's no room. Yep. Odd problem to have. Build a Shooting Star space station. The funny thing is, Neptune, is that Sierra Space is designing this thing to be its own satellite bus. It can stay up in space by itself. So yeah, you could use it as a space station core node if you really wanted to. Why is the PMA module angled? Here. This should pretty much show exactly why it is the way that it is. It's angled so the shuttle had a manual docking system. It flew with a manual docking system its entire life. So what does that mean? They angled the port down so from the position where the docking system is, which is on the aft wall of the flight deck, the Canadarm controls are here and the docking controls are right here. They angled it down so you could see because your control position is offset. The guy in the window? Yeah. Yeah, dude in the window right there. That should tell you, that gives you a pretty good indicator of how big the space shuttle actually is. It's friggin' huge. If you haven't seen one in real life, I would highly suggest going and checking one out. They're bigger than you think. Yeah, see the dude? Look at how big that thing is. The shuttle's friggin' massive. It's gnarly big. Yeah, there you go, Thomas. The ISS is like an Apple laptop. Yep. So they need more PMAs up there. They need more adapters. They're out of adapters because, like how you would adapt like HDMI to DVI to SVGA to RCA, right? You're using adapters to make past stuff work. The ISS is the same way. Because unless we wanted to go and start building a new space station, kind of like what China's doing with all the newest bells and whistles, we have to adapt designs from the 80s and the 90s and the 2000s because that's when the space station was manufactured. I badly want to see one. Can you fly Atlantis to Amsterdam? You have OK GLI. Just go to Amsterdam. You got to go a little bit south. Go to Technic Museum Spire. They have OK GLI, the atmospheric flight test article from the Buran program. It's the same size. South. Germany is east. East? I thought you said west. Well, okay. I know Germany as a whole is east of you. You have to go southeast from Amsterdam, if I'm remembering my geography correctly. Any in England? No, Velo. You have Apollo capsules in England, though. They should start building ISS-2 so Starship has a place to go. Crafter, all right. NASA has a program called Cleod. CLEOD, Commercial Low Earth Orbit Destinations. Here. This thing is so damn new, Google doesn't even auto-populate. So here, check this out. Commercial Destinations in Development, March 31st, 2021. I went over this when it came out, but just in case you're wondering, what NASA's trying to do is farm out. They're not trying to privatize the ISS. What they're trying to do is pay commercial contractors to basically launch a bunch of small space stations that NASA can farm out science to. Commercial low Earth orbit destinations. The idea is that instead of having one gigantic space station and having kind of a monopoly on destinations in low Earth orbit, you have multiple destinations. So say you have a bunch of different space stations. Like Axiom Axiom Space is is not commercial low Earth orbit destinations, but it's a space station that'll be up there, a commercial space station. And then Sierra Space has their commercial space station. And then NASA says, hey, I need you guys to do a honeybee experiment in space where you launch honeybees to it. Oh, Sierra Space, oh, we could do that. We could do that experiment for you. Oh, no, we could do that experiment for you. The idea with this is NASA basically in terms of going into low Earth orbit, just like with Commercial Crew, the groundwork was laid with this with Commercial Crew. The idea is to grow the low Earth orbit economy. Just got here. Any space news? Why do you ask that all the time? Of course there's space news. There's always space news. No, Bass. Please, no long Cygnus. You don't need a space station when Starship can be your space station. Well, let me see. I don't think SpaceX is on the commercial low Earth orbit destinations thing, but so commercial low Earth orbit destinations is part of Next Step 2. Next Step 2 is kind of the broad agency announcement, or Next Step 2 is really the program that HLS is under. Lunar Exploration Transport Services, Gateway Logistics Services is under this. Next Step 2 is awesome. If you want to read about all the insane stuff that NASA's doing with spaceflight, like in terms of funding different spaceflight technologies, this is Next Step is insane. Like, I don't know why this isn't. Next Step is not like immediately like on NASA's front page all the time. I mean, there's all this other cool stuff. And oh, look, there's a bit of it. That's part of Next Step right there. Gateway. Under Next Step 2. Oh, yeah. The list of companies registered for commercial low Earth orbit destinations are Airbus, Blue Origin, Boeing, Firefly, Lockheed, NanoRacks, Northrop Grumman, Redwire, Sierra Space, SpaceX, Virgin Galactic, Virgin Orbit. For commercial low Earth orbit destinations, Virgin Galactic, Voyager SH in York. What NASA's trying to do is make it so they don't have to. They're trying to. I want to say pawn off low Earth orbit to commercial customers, but no. What NASA's trying to do is grow an economy in low Earth orbit. Growing an economy in low Earth orbit means NASA can focus on going deeper into space, and NASA doesn't have to foot the bill on a multi-billion-dollar a year space station. If they can farm the science out to commercial customers, it's not a bad way to do that. That idea was first proposed in 2017, I think. I think NASA said that they want to privatize the space station, privatize the U.S. National Laboratory on the ISS, and that got shot down. So I think they came up with commercial low Earth orbit destinations instead. I think Jim did, or at least Jim's posse of NASA people when he was there. Could the Russian modules fit in Starship? Yes. T-Man, it's 1,000 cubic meters inside of a Starship's payload bay. 1,000 cubic meters. That's 35,314 cubic feet. That's a lot of space. That's yeah. We've done basic math with what we've seen from Starship. From what we've seen with just, we did it a little while ago. We did it a little while ago where we figured out, like based off of where the header tank is at the very front and where the wing flappies are and when where the top bulkhead is, the amount of usable space roughly equates to about 1,000 cubic meters. It's like 990 whatever, but that's a lot of space, man. That's huge. I don't think my apartment is even 1,000 cubic meters. It's not. It's probably like 100. Not even. Like maybe 10. Like I don't know. I'd have to go do the math. I'd have to get the floor plan to this. Do you think NASA will increase the size of the ISS in the future? Alucard, they already plan to. Axiom Space was contracted by NASA to launch more ISS modules to the space station. To launch more modules to the space station. The idea is what Axiom wants to do is make a prototype commercial low Earth orbit station, right? And they don't want to have it by itself. They want to have it plugged into the ISS as kind of a fallback. The Axiom station the Axiom modules that they have planned on attaching sometime next year would double the size of the ISS. Here, check it out. They're self-propelled modules. So Axiom's modules are like a combination of what the Russian modules do and a combination of what our modules do. They have CBMs up front and then IDSS in the back, but it's all configurable. These modules also have a service module. Service module right there. The SM means that they don't need to be brought up and assembled or berthed, even though I think they could be. They can dock. Axiom plans on launching a bunch of extra modules to the ISS. It literally will double the size. Next year, 2022, Jim, is when they plan on sending the first one up, if I'm remembering right. That's why they weren't allowed to bid for the commercial low Earth orbit destination contract. Yep. Axiom, then when the ISS kicks the bucket, right, or when they retire it, what they're going to do is they're just going to disconnect and make their own space station. These are the plans from it. It's going to have a solar array, and those modules down at the bottom could be used for whatever. They want to use it for tourism with the window and everything, and once again, farm science. Heck, maybe they might take a couple ISS modules with them. I'd do that. Some of those ISS modules up there, like Tranquility, Kibo, and Columbus, are not very old. They're like half the age of like Unity. The Unity module, the plans for the Unity module was part of Space Station Freedom, and they were finalized in like the late 80s. And then Unity was made in the 90s and then launched in the late 90s, which is, yeah, a lot of these designs are super old. That's what Axiom Space Station is going to look like. Yeah, NASA's trying to basically commercialize low Earth orbit, so they have cheaper ways to get stuff into space, and they can then focus on going further into space with the Artemis program and then Moon to Mars and stuff. Russian modules are the oldest. Zarya and Zvezda were supposed to be part of Mir 2. They were manufactured in the late 80s. Yep. Now, if Starship gets up there, so if Starship gets up there, trying to think what would give us a good representation of what could be carried. If they give Starship a payload bay similar to the shuttles, it'll pretty much be able to bring every module there back down. I'm trying to think of like what would be a rough size equivalent. So here is a photo of during the shuttle program of the main propulsion test article. This is half of the LH2 tank. Actually, no, I don't know how much of the tank this actually is. There's the pickup for the hydrogen right there, and then there's the aft bulkhead, the aft hatch. That's about right, give or take. Maybe half of this. That's about how big Starship's Bay is. It's gigantic, guys. It's frigging massive. And it's about that size. The external tanks are 8.4 meters. Starship is 9. You can really you could fit a lot of stuff in there. Made it to my hotel, and this place is like a 5-star compared to the last one. I might go to the restaurant. There you go. You're constrained by the cone, though. I mean, to an extent, but I'll just type Starship Payload Bay. But yeah, Starship. To an extent, you're limited by the payload bay, but it's not as bad as you think. Nice Corvette. It's not as bad as you think. That's a BA 330 or whatever. First Axiom module is going up in 2023. Oh, sorry. I said 2022. Thank you for checking. It's tough to convey scale with this picture. So Bart Caldwell did... Oh, this is Neopork. Okay. Neopork did this render. I don't know how old this is exactly, but... that's 2 stacks of Starlink satellites, and so actually that's 4 stacks of Starlink satellites, 2 stacks of 2. These Starlink satellites, like this, one of these stacks, so that's 60 satellites. So this right here, that's Falcon 9's payload fairing. Falcon 9's entire payload fairing with Starlink satellites and probably an upper stage could fit inside of Starship's payload bay. The only thing that you'd probably get constricted with is the nozzle on the M1D. Yeah. It's gigantic, man. And so that right there, 60 Starlink satellites is... The stack of 60 Starlink satellites is as big as a Greyhound bus. That. Maybe just a little bit shorter. So, going back to that picture, right? Those right there are 2 Greyhound buses stacked next to each other. Is Neopork Porkjet? No. Porkjet got a job outside of the game industry a long time ago, 4-5. I actually haven't talked to him in a long time. Do you think that NASA will wait for Starship to become operational to retire the ISS so it could bring everything back? Well, Swishio, I think that Bill and the current presidential administration want to keep the ISS going to 2030. So I don't know if that's necessarily because of Starship. I can't, but Swishio, what I won't say is that, it's not on their mind. You know what I mean? They're probably thinking about it. Hey, Viscus, 17-month resub, 17 and counting. Keep it up. How many London double buses? Geeson, you could probably fit 1 London double bus in there because it's too tall. It's too tall to fit 2 of them side by side. But then again, the Greyhound buses that we have over here are all... I don't know if they're as big as a double bus, but they're almost as tall. Those buses are... The inside of those buses, dude, is like flying on a freaking plane, man. I don't know if you guys have freaking big Greyhounds like that over there. Those Greyhounds are huge. Drawing of a starship, but in a shuttle style design. Let me see.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, see, Raph, actually, this is a really good picture. I think Starship should have a payload bay just basically exactly like the shuttles. I'm serious. Put a crew tank up here and put a payload bay right there. Yeah, I actually really like this. And no, I'm not just saying that because Herder EJ likes the space shuttle, right? Who did this, by the way? Nosu. Awesome job. This is how I would do a cargo starship. The conic section, have that as a flight deck so you can bring people up, and then have a cargo bay right behind it. I would build it pretty much exactly like the space shuttle. I don't think what we have are that big. Last for the official measurements. Hey, Barak, 27-month resub. Per the user's guide, width of the bay is 8 meters in diameter with a maximum height of 17.24 meters, but there is an extended payload volume available for payloads up to 22 meters. I think SpaceX should have a... With Starship, they want the chomper. The chomper fairing. I think that over time, they'll switch to doors like this, like the space shuttle, because the chomper fairing is going to be really difficult to load cargo in when you're on the ground. It's great for deploying satellites, and I understand that a mechanism could be made, etc., etc., etc. But if you have Starship, right? There's Starship's pointy nose, right? Right, you have Starship like this, right? And then you have your payload bay right here. And then you have a hinge with a piece that goes like this, right? And the piece goes like that. How do you load payloads into this thing? So, okay, say the door can rotate all the way down, and the door can go into this position. How do you slide a payload in on a track? When do you load the payload? When do you load it? Do you load it when Starship is on Super Heavy? Do you load it before Starship is on Super Heavy? If so, you're going to need some weird service structure, that's for sure. Having doors that open up sideways, this way, instead of that way, right? Make it easier to... it would be easier to get stuff in there. Just take the door off? Well, yeah. See, okay. Fellas, I knew people would be like, oh, well, you could just do this. You gotta understand, that's adding complication. You're adding complication to Starship. Imagine how ridiculous an airplane would be if you had to take the cargo doors off every time to get people in cargo on board. Right? At least with the doors that open up like this, you could just open them because their rotating axis is parallel with gravity, just like the space shuttle's rotating service structure. Stick Starship 10 degrees off vertical, then dump cargo straight down. Even then, Barak, if the Starship is like this and you can use a crane to move it into position, now what? You have to turn it eventually. How do you do that? I think the design in Figure 7 is the good idea. Yeah, the cargo Starship. I agree. Cat King, 22-month reset. When Mars? You'd still have to do that with shuttle-style cargo doors, right? No. Will they integrate Starship and the booster on the pad? Yeah. Oh, snap. Saturn 1 style. They're going to build that sucker right on the pedestal. At least that's what I think the plan is. Unless SpaceX is building around like a crawler transport and a mobile launcher that we don't know about. I wouldn't throw that past them, dude, right? You have to slide the shuttle doors as well. I'm not talking about sliding the shuttle doors. I'm talking about sliding payloads in. Oh, yeah, you'd have to slide the payload in either way. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Don't you think it'd be easier if the doors, if you didn't have to, like, remove the door or rotate the door all the way back down, right? Yeah, okay, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, they had to slide it in for the rotating service structure as well. Doesn't matter how the door's open. Yeah, okay, that's a good point. So, big clean room in Boca. Payloads are integrated into the Starship fairing vertically in ISO Class 8 clean rooms. Then the integrated payload stack is transferred to the launch pad. Okay, so they load in a clean room. That's going to be one big frigging hangar. Shuttle payload doors make sense for deploying payloads while out in the field. I agree. I think the side opening doors are a better idea, but... Kuro, how you doing? All right, keep going with the space news. So, this is coming from Julia Bergeron. She reports for NASA spaceflight. Guess what's on the way home? A shortfall at Gravitas and Finn Falgut have turned towards Port Canaveral. So Finn Falgut is an escort tug, and ASOG is the drone ship that SpaceX that Elon posted yesterday. This is the Mark II drone ship, I suppose. That'd be the biggest clean room ever made. It would be very, very big. But Jack, you also got to understand that the clean room only needs to encompass, like the rotating service structure on the shuttle. It only needs to encompass the payload bay area. So you could build a clean room up on stilts and have it move back and forth. Current ETA for Finn Falgut to arrive in port is the 15th at 6 p.m. Eastern per the ETA set by the crew. Cool. Yeah, because this is over in the Gulf of Mexico because a lot of oil rigs out there. This thing is sharp, man. Self-propelled. Self-propelled autonomous, guys. It needs to have an escort tug, though, from what I understand. Meaning that SpaceX can land a rocket on this, the octograbber can come out, grab the thing, and then it'll just head back towards the shore. As long as there's a tugboat kind of next to it,
Discovery, go at throttle.
you can bring these things, you can bring it back autonomously, which is, I mean, at least that's, once again, that was per Elon Musk. I'm not sure how much of the process is autonomous, but it still is really freaking cool. Cruzo, 14-month resub. Looks like a floating bunker. This looks like something from a sci-fi movie. Like a Bond villain ship or something. I'd live on that. It'd be pretty cool, Jason, huh? It's pretty nuts, dude. Anyway, so those should be back on the 15th. So, flipping the page again. Blue Origin, wishing you a great flight tomorrow. Yef. Wishing you and the whole team a successful and safe flight tomorrow. Best of luck. Right, Beard? Yeah, I know what you mean. That barge footage needs a not safe for work tag. So, Blue Origin tweeted this, and Jeff, my name Jeff. Dude, Jeff would have had a bowl cut. Legend. yeah, bowl cut. Makes sense. What? I had a bowl cut too in middle school, and a little bit into high school. So I was behind the curve, the style trends. What do you want from me? Yeah, a bowl cut. Power of the bowl cut. Yeah. Screwzo, you put a bowl on your head and then you cut any hair that you see coming out of the bowl. It's a bowl cut, man. They were popular in the 90s. The Pete Rose cut. Hell yeah, man. Come on, Jeffrey, you can do it. Pave the way, put your back into it. Flat tops are baller, Panda Man. Flat tops are for winners, okay? My hair doesn't do that, but flat tops are for winners. So, this kind of shows, I guess, this could have been after the crap that Blue Origin got yesterday for saying that, you know, ours is a real spaceship, yours isn't a real spaceship, blah, 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 blah. it could have been them kind of doing a little bit of damage control. But like I said, I think it's just Blue Origin. Something I've noticed about Blue is they like stirring the pot a lot. They like stirring the pot. That's what they do. Just like what Elon does on Twitter. It's just it's a different flavor. They're stirring a different pot of soup. I said yesterday, guys, that, you know, New Shepard and Virgin Galactic. So New Shepard and Spaceship One flying within a week of each other on their first test flights is just a random coincidence. It's just a random coincidence that these vehicles are both getting ready at the same time. Maybe not so much like, I guess, a random coincidence, but, you know, if you look how long New Shepard has been flying and you look at how long Virgin Galactic has been around, right? The odds of them both being ready in the same month on the same year is very, very low. That's not how rocket science works, man. You build it and you test it and then you fly it when you're ready, right? So, will you stream tomorrow? Yes or of course. I'll try to get up for the launch, Farfooja. We'll see what we can do. Space Race needs to be like European soccer fans. I don't want that at all. We don't need space hooligans. Maybe later when everybody likes space. When space is part of kind of our, you know, psyche. How many hours until launch? 12? No. 15. Space Hooligans is my band name. The prospect is tempting. So, yeah, I mean, it's still cool. And I'll say what I said yesterday. You know, it's like, everybody's like, oh man, Blue Origin, oh man, Virgin Galactic, oh man, fight. But I think we're overlooking the fact that two suborbital tourist rockets are competing against each other. That would have been something that was not a thing even 5 years ago. Even when New Shepard and Spaceship Two were flying, we're already starting to see competition for who has the best commercial suborbital launch vehicle. Space soccer. Space dodgeball would be more fun, public. The ULA firm showing up with some bricks and boards ready to tear up some SpaceX fans. Dish, why in my mind is the ULA gang, right? If we're talking about space hooligans, right? Why all I picture is like the Apollo flight control room from the 1960s. So a bunch of guys with thick glasses and like black ties, white shirt, dress pants, dress shoes, walking up and like with a pocket protector and everything. Not like nerdy pocket protector, but like, you know, Gene Kranz style, right? And them walking up and then it being like Anchorman, where like they just pull out like brass knuckles and spiked bats. Why is that the picture I got in my head? And a trident? Yes. Yeah, it'd be like that fight in Anchorman. And then Tory Bruno would pop up. Not so fast, you ingrates! ULA is taking a break from its national security launches to kick some butt. No scrubs, no mercy! Like, no, Tory Bruno wouldn't pull out a grenade. He'd have pea shooters. Or Tory Bruno would have a single action. He'd have a single action 357, just, you know? He'd ride in on his horse, just some Colonel Custer stuff up in there. Yeah! That'd be awesome. I would pay to see that. He doesn't need to kill anybody. I would just pay to see him riding a horse around shooting a pistol. You ever fired your gun up in the air and gone, ah? No, I've never fired my gun up in the air and gone, ah. Imagine an entire gang of defense from falling down. Yeah, pretty... Where you going? You forgot the briefcase! Exactly, dude. Exactly. We're the bad guys? We're not the bad guys. You're the bad guy. I'm the bad guy? You know movies where you root for the bad guy the entire time? There are some movies where I'm just like, yeah, I hate the protagonist of this story. I want the antagonist to win. Yeah. Like Avatar. Yeah. I wanted Colonel Quaritch to just kill Jake Sully at the end of the movie. That would have been awesome. Would have been really cool. Yeah, that would have made my day if you just ripped him out of that stupid virtual reality trailer and just curb stomped him like the Dreadnought in the beginning of the... You guys ever watch the Dawn of War trailer from the original Warhammer 40k Dawn of War game where the Dreadnought comes out of the smoke with a minigun and it's just... And then it like takes an orc, picks it up, cracks its back, and then curb stomps it into the ground? Yeah. That would have been a great ending to that movie. Yeah, public, that'd be awesome. I'd like some breakfast, please. You know what? I changed my mind. I don't want breakfast. No, sorry. It's got a sensitive trigger. Moral of that story, Dish, is don't piss engineers off. I think that's the moral of that story. Do not piss engineers off. Tori would definitely be riding in with a coach gun. Yeah, agreed. How I Met Your Mother is like that. You hate the main character. Yeah. In Falling Down, I didn't mind Robert Duvall's character, but I wanted defense to win the entire time. Like, I don't know how he would have achieved that, but yeah, I was rooting for him the entire time. Coming by to let chat know there's a new emote, EJSAG. Write that down. Hey, Snake, what's going on? It would be funny to watch all the bleeding hearts crying outside your movie. Well, Black Cat... I don't know. Call me a little bit of a realist, right? But... And you know I'm not generally like this, but... Not every story can be a goddamn fairy tale underdog story, right? Like, that's not every story can be like that. Avatar was too perfect of a story from the start. I think he might come in as a knight, though. Yeah, Thomas, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, Pulse, like, I don't know. Yeah, Jaka, right? Yeah, not every movie could be a freaking fairy tale, dude. Life has its ups and downs. That's the antagonist or the protagonist's journey, right? Like, you have your ups and downs, right? That's just how that's life. But, you know, I find that increasingly with a lot of movies, like, it's just, they either make the antagonist boring and like, oh, yep, that's the bad guy. Well, why is he the bad guy? Because he's the bad guy. Why is he the bad guy? Because he's the bad guy. That's why I like Dark Knight, for instance, because they're like, you're the bad guy. And the Joker's like, am I? Am I, though? And they're like, what? He's like, am I the bad guy? Really? Am I the bad guy? Am I, though? I like that. That's cool. That's why that was such a good movie. Yeah, Noctis, if you want to make a movie that's compelling, you have to make the bad guy compelling. I liked Colonel Quaritch from the start. Because Colonel Quaritch had, in Avatar, he had no delusions about what he did. He knew he was being a piece of trash. He knew, like, yeah, I get it. I am the bad guy. Thank you for no, you're the bad guy. Yes, okay, cool. Do you have anything else to add? You're the bad guy. We're gonna beat you. No, you're not. It would have been an awesome ending to Avatar. That would have been great. Yeah, but forlorn he knew he was. That's the thing. That's why it's... I'm sorry, it would have been a more compelling ending in my mind. Yeah, they tried to do that with Thanos in the Avengers, Idez. It was just... You got to read the comic books to understand why Thanos is the way that he is. He really likes death. Yeah, he married death in the comic books. Like, he wants to have a relationship with the Grim Reaper. Yeah, Mistress Death. Yeah, there you go. Want to know how I got these scars? Hey, Broke Oiler, what's up? But anyway, yeah, I like movies that are compelling. I like movies where you can kind of see what you're like, okay, I get what you're doing. Like, you look at the bad guy and you're like, all right, you're not really like a genuinely evil person. You're just a piece of crap. Like, the protagonist should be a yin. It should be a yin and a yang to the protagonist. The protagonist should be able to see themselves in the antagonist. Just like in Dark Knight, for instance, Batman can see himself and even kind of understands what the Joker's doing and why. You know what I mean? Just like in Falling Down, Robert Duvall's character can empathize with Defense, right? You know, in some other life, they'd be on the same side, so to speak. You know what I mean? You're off track. I know, Dylan. It's just one of those days, dude. But anyway, here. You want to keep going? Here. Look at another one. I mean, Dylan, this is what happens, dude. Here. Look who showed up to watch the Virgin Galactic flight. Your favorite Canadian. Oh, yeah, look at that. Hey, Epic, what's going on? Come on. You can... Come on, Jeffrey. You can do it. Pave the way. Put your back into it. Yeah, pretty much, Grab Shark. And that's why those are good movies. Sorry, like, we forgot how to write... Did we forget story structure here or something? Like... Yeah, that's right, Gully. Chris Hadfield showed up, and look who else is going to be there. The meme lord himself. Well, it's 2021, Grab Shark. You can believe whatever you want to believe in this day and age. It seems to be the case. You know, just go on the internet. You'll find enough people that'll agree with you. I agree with you for what it's worth. 2021. Be there. Remember when we watched that, O-Force? And that guy was like, 2018, be there. And we were like, wow, that seems like such a long way away. Next space news. So, check this out. We got some SLS news here. Orion recently completed fueling and servicing checks and has now made it to the next stop on the pathway to the pad, the Launch Abort System facility. Here, teams will be adding the Launch Abort System on top of the spacecraft ahead of integrating it with the SLS rocket. The Artemis 1 Orion is inside of basically a big balloon. It's a big balloon that's maintaining positive pressure to not have contamination go inside of the capsule. But there it is. That's Orion. It is, Halo. Yep. Yeah, Clayton, right? Oh, look, the cancellation logo. Everybody always says, we are going, but they never say where we're going. Wonder when Elon will go up. He's an engineer, Velo. He doesn't need to fly. It's about building the thing. Take it from somebody that engineers a lot of things. I mean, virtually in a computer, but I definitely get the gist of what's going on. Maybe fly someday, when it's ready, when you're done engineering it. But then again, are you ever done engineering something? See what I'm talking about? I'll do you one better. Why? Yeah, nice commag right there. Pretty awesome. Okay, anyway. So this is the launch escape system, the launch abort system facility right here. What they're going to do is they're going to install this thing on the Orion capsule right here. This is the launch escape system. Launch escape system is a solid rocket motor. A solid rocket motor. Well, actually, it's a bunch of small solid rocket motors, but
Discovery, go and throttle.
that attaches to the front of the capsule, and it's a rocket that gets Orion away from the stack if something goes wrong. Hey, AK. So the launch escape system consists of an SRB that has 4 nozzles, and the nozzles are all pointed out because you don't want a nozzle pointing down at the spacecraft and people with people in it below it. And then they have, okay, so above that on the sides there's a jettison motor, and then there's an attitude control motor which has a bunch of valves that are pushing in all different directions. And they have an SRB that's going, and the valves open and close and work like RCS. It's all tapped into one SRB if I'm looking at it correctly. It's actually really, really cool. Hold on. If you go in here, you can see them doing tests on what I call the flaming trash barrel. So this is using a bunch of different valves to basically steer the launch escape system away. It's working like RCS for the launch escape system. In this test, they're testing different valves opening and closing. So that goes up at the top, and then there's a separator motor and there's a jettison motor above that, and then there's a nose cone on the front. It's actually for a launch escape system, it's pretty dang complicated. It's about as good of a solid rocket motor launch escape system that you can get. So the attitude control motor, the ACM, that's the trash barrel. And then you have an interstage, and then your jettison motor. The jettison motor is the traction motor that's designed to get this away when the launch escape system needs to be jettisoned. So basically when Orion gets up into space, or when it's on the way into space. It's actually a pretty cool design. Northrop Grumman designed it, and then over here is a render of what it looked for the Orion AA-2, the abort mission. That's basically when they had boilerplate Orion with a data recording module right here, and then they had a boilerplate ESM below it, so European Service Module, and then attached to that was basically a Minotaur ICBM first stage. They launched this at a LC-46 a couple years ago. Yeah, this was a pretty awesome test. Yeah, Sneaky, of course. It's pretty freaking cool. Here. They had a dud Orion capsule, and it had flight data recorders on it. Oh, there it is. Well, I'll be dipped. Pretty big. The trash barrel, the flaming trash barrel is right here. See all the valves? Has there been a time where the launch escape system was used in an emergency? Soyuz MS-10, Phoebe. Oh yeah. Soyuz MS-10 was one of the only times in human history where a launch escape system was triggered with people aboard. Yeah. As the abort motors changed over Apollo, this is a clean sheet design, T-Man. Yeah, absolutely. Pretty gnarly. There's your separator motors. There's your jettison motor, interstage, and then the attitude control module, the ACM, and then there's the nose cone. And this is what it does. Here, let's go over here. There's the dud Orion. This is basically a mass simulator for Orion with just some flight data computers. This is what they're going to do. That's the building that Orion is going to right now. This is the launch motor assembly, the launch escape system, or abort motor assembly facility right here. I forget what the acronym they used for it was. The Launch Abort System Facility, the LSAF. That's in that building right there. And they're gonna put another one of these on top of the Artemis 1 Orion, and then they're gonna put the shrouding on it. So the AA2 mission was a little bit different because it had this on it, right? And then there's the European service module, but where the service module was a dud, I think. It was I wonder if they showed the thing. I think they're only putting this part on from this black line up. And I think the interstage part is something that goes elsewhere in processing. But long story short, it's this thing right there with a Minotaur engine, Minotaur first stage attached to it. This looks just like the Saturn V. Oh. Ah, there we go, Thomas. Thank you. Yeah, great picture. Yeah, see? There's the ICBM first stage. That's the attachment fitting. So there's a ESM mass simulator. That's what that is. It's a mass simulator for the European service module, but also it's an adapter that adapts this to the Orion's 5-meter size. The abort system, not the whole thing. It's similar, but it's not the same. So watch this. Ready? This was an awesome mission. Send it.
Mission. Minotaur launch vehicle.
How come for retrograde orbits they launch it out of Vandenberg, but not the west coast of Florida, since SpaceX now launches over the Gulf? The Pacific Ocean is bigger than the Gulf of Mexico? I don't know. Now watch this.
15,000 feet. Mach 1.
Let's get to the good stuff. Alright, watch.
Mach 1.1.
In 10 seconds, we will see the abort.
Abort initiation.
So there's the jettison motors.
Discharge both sides.
Now watch the ACM fire.
Pressure.
Good control.
Oh, that's so cool.
Reorientation.
The ACM. See what the ACM does? See it firing? The trash barrel at the top?
Settling phase.
Oh, that's so legit.
Jettison.
Jettison motors.
Pyros 3 and 4 discharge.
Bye-bye. That is pretty freaking difficult to do. If you think about like each one of these nozzles, the jettison motor and the ACM, like you could make something like this in KSP. It would have to be sequenced on a Cal controller, but you could do it. Even with the ACM and stuff. But getting all that timing to work right and having all those SRBs work like that correctly is not, that's not something that's easy to make. How would that feel inside? You pull some G's with the launch escape system, Ionut. Yeah.
Mach 1.1.
Yeah, the launch escape system is not designed to be a pleasant ride. It's designed to get you away from the explosion. Yeah, that's what it's designed to do. It's not really supposed to be pleasant because, you know, I mean, you'll feel it the next day, that's for sure. The G-forces is like being crushed in a freaking vice for a second. Like, you'll feel it. It'll hurt. You'll have some bruises from the seatbelts. Anybody that's ever gotten into a fender bender knows what I'm talking about. You'll feel it tomorrow, but feeling it tomorrow is better than being dead.
10 seconds, we will see the abort.
Abort initiation.
That's freaking rad,
Pyros 1 and
dude.
2 discharge both sides. Pitching for pressure.
That's so cool. Such a cool little mission. But anyway, this system is being installed on the real one. We don't need that. this one is being installed on the real Orion capsule, because this one's going on top of the SLS. We're not that far away from guys. We're not that far away from seeing the full stack. It's a lot closer than you think. SLS does have the upper stage on top of it. It's basically finished. It's just waiting on payload. That's the payload. I'm sure the crew of MS-10 can attest to feeling it the next day. Yeah. Sneaky. I forget where I heard this from, but apparently they so Nick Hague and Alexei Ovchinin were on that flight. Nick Hague is a NASA astronaut. Alexei is a cosmonaut from Roscosmos. And they landed, right? They landed out in the Kazakh steppe, basically where the Soyuz capsules would be coming down during a re-entry. They landed out there, right? And they got out, and Alexei reportedly popped his head out and said, huh, well, that was a short flight. It's the most Russian thing I've ever heard. That is the most Russian response ever. You skirt death, right? You freaking skirt death. The rocket blows up behind you. You get away from it. It's a freaking one of the highest G-forces, like, well, maybe not high G-forces because it was late in the ascent, but like launch escape systems, like I said, aren't pleasant by any means. Lands. That was a short flight. What were we doing? Excuse me, when space, like, that's, I don't know where I heard that. I think that was in a press interview or something. But yeah, it was that day that I became a fan of Alexei Ovchinin. Yeah, that was a short flight. What were we doing? Yeah, exactly. Does that mean we're not coming on yet? Coming on yet? What does that mean? He's not coming on then? Russian humor is kind of, yeah, very dry humor, from what I can see as an outsider looking in. Nick's like, oh man, that was close. Yeah, what a short flight. Okay. What was the time between flights for them? They flew a couple of months later, goalie. Is there a video of the Soyuz abort? No, nobody got a video of it because nobody was expecting it to happen. You see Nick and Alexei popping around in their seats when the launch escape system went, though. Tough people from tough country. Duh. All right, cool. On a little bit of a lighter note, check this out. We got a new tweet coming from Hubble here. NASA successfully completed a test of procedures that would be used to switch to the backup hardware to Hubble in response to the payload computer problem. Switch should occur next week. So, the other day, I think this might be the same tweet, but NASA is working on a solution to get Hubble back up and running. Hubble's scientific computer did crap the bed, and they're trying to switch to a backup computer. Are you trying to beat Dr. Robotnik in a mustache war? Yes, and I'll win, all right? Blue Hedgehog comes near me, I will crush. All right. Hey, this launch abort stuff got you curious. Do they ever do a manned launch abort test? I've only seen them test unmanned. No. No. No, they don't do that. Yeah. They might put a crash test dummy in there, but like Reaper, what you're saying, doing like a crude like a launch escape test would be like saying like here. That would be like saying, oh, we need to do a crash test. Let's put people in it. No. Launch escape systems are about as violent as this. Oh. It really sucks that they crashed a 59 Bel Air for this, but also at the same time, yeah, look, I like old cars just as much as the next guy, but they didn't really understand what crumple zones are. Watch what the dashboard does on the 59. Watch the steering wheel. Oh, here, eat it. Eat the steering wheel. The steering wheel just wants to give you a hug. Oh, that hit him right in the face. Yeah, this is the crumple zones. Oh, that still sucks. That Bel Air that's such a nice Bel Air, dude. It was clean. Boom, headshot. Yeah, meanwhile the other guy, so this is a good I mean, Pulse, if you're still here, Pulse, you said to me a little while ago, that you could go fast in a race car and you can still be safe. Just because it's safer doesn't mean you're going slower necessarily, right? This is a really good example of that. Modern cars have what's called the crumple zone. Just on a side note, little bit of a side tangent here. I get it. I'll get us back to space news in a moment. Modern cars have crumple zones. When they get into a forward impact, there are areas that are designed to crumple, and that crumpling absorbs the impact. What they don't want absorbing the impact is the person, just like what happened over there. Watch. So the guy in this car, boop. You see the steering wheel stayed put, and the dashboard and everything else stayed put? It's designed to protect the passenger compartment. This, on the other hand, is not. But, you see, here's the thing. It's not that it wasn't designed to do it, it's just that they didn't know.
Hey.
Hello?
If anybody has a link to the clip of me falling in EJ's chair, like when it broke underneath me, greatly appreciated because it was taken off in the great clip purge.
Okay.
That's all. Just DM it to me.
Alright. So, I've experienced that crumble zone. Thank you, Chevy Malibu. Yeah. I mean, this is why on my, on the truck, I have a collapsible column. The steering columns on most cars nowadays they're telescopic. So if you picture like a telescope that's fully extended, right? Steering columns on modern cars are built that way. A collapsible tilt column is something that came around in the 70s. So when the steering wheel tries to hit you in the face, right, it stays on its mount and it just collapses behind the dashboard. You could see the collapsible column working in the other car. This is one solid rod down to the wheels. That guy would be dead. That's like getting hit in the face with a brick. Why doesn't Brimo have an emote yet? Because she doesn't want one. I'm not going to make her have an emote if she doesn't want one, Forlorn. She's her own woman. She's not going to do that. Chet wants one. It's not about you. It's about her. Stop being selfish. More like a shotgun to the face. I mean, it would hurt. It would hurt. I'm probably going to get a tilt column for the Cornet, too. So I don't get skewered by a steering wheel if I get into an accident. I never said I didn't want one. But you never said you did either. I'm not saying it's about whether you did or didn't want one. I'm saying it's up to you. That's what I'm saying. So yeah, I mean, Reaper, going back to what you were saying, using people on a launch escape system test, not a good idea. That's about as useful as using people on a crash test with a car. Don't twist my words, chat. Got to be very deliberate when you're talking about your significant other. Very deliberate. I don't feel like sleeping on a couch tonight. I want to sleep in my bed. All right, so we got another article here. Check this out. This one's coming from Jeff Faust over at Space News. Increasing demands putting pressure on Deep Space Network. A growing number of spacecraft missions, as well as NASA's Artemis program, are putting new pressures on the agency's Deep Space Network of antennas that communicate with them. In a July 7th presentation, to the steering committee of the Planetary Science Decadal Survey, Brad Arnold, and the manager of the Deep Space Network at Jet Propulsion Laboratory, says that even with upgrades to the radio antennas in Australia, California, and Spain, the system can't keep up with growing demands for missions. We're trying to add capacity and more antennas, but we can't keep up with the demand that's currently out there. So the Deep Space Network, if you don't know what it is a series of arrays around the world in the U.S., Spain, and Australia. They are very, very powerful radio antennas that we use to communicate with spacecraft that are basically beyond TDRS. So NASA's tracking data in relay satellites. The TDRS is out here, where the dotted line is. And it's not a coincidence that the Deep Space Network converges basically right around that altitude. No, it's designed to communicate with stuff that's beyond low Earth orbit, right? Any missions that go outside of Earth's gravwell or go to the moon, they're using the DSN to communicate. Everything from the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter at Luna, at the moon, to Voyager 1 and 2, which are outside of our solar system, right? Well, I don't know if both of them are outside of the solar system, but bear with me on that one. So the reason why we use ground tracking stations is, well, long story short, these radio antennas are frigging gigantic, 70 meters in diameter on some. They are really, really, really big. Look at the person down there. There's that little speck right by my mouse cursor, right there. That's a person. They're huge. You can't we don't have anything that can launch something like this into space, so it's better to just relay it right off the ground. Yeah, I mean, well, maybe Starship could build one up in space. Who knows? But anyway, yeah, that's interesting that they have increased demands. Cool thing, just on a side note, shameless plug for DSN now. If you want to see, the Deep Space Network is not public use, but you can see what they're doing. If you go to eyes.nasa.gov/DSN or just Google DSN now, you can bring up a screen here that shows exactly what the Deep Space Network is doing right now in real time. This one is communicating with MAVEN, so the Mars Atmospheric Orbiting Vehicle. That is a atmospheric observation satellite orbiting around Mars. This one is communicating with Stereo A. Canberra 43 is communicating with Voyager 2. Canberra 35 is communicating with Juno. Juno? What's MMS3? I forget what MMS3 is. Oh, there we go. 54 at Madrid is communicating with New Horizons. Yeah, this is what they're communicating with different spacecraft right now. That one, Goldstone 25, was talking to OSIRIS-REx, the asteroid sampling mission, asteroid sample return mission. That was the last thing it was communicating with. Not anymore, though. See, these are the big 70-meter arrays out here. These guys are smaller. They're 40 or 50. 70-meter arrays. They're ridiculous. That one right there at Goldstone, they just upgraded it. It was offline for a long time. Yeah, that dish is frigging huge. Here, I wonder if I can get a picture of it. Here, Goldstone Deep Space Communications Complex. That's the 70 mil. Or 70 meter, not 70 mil. 70 mil would be tiny. That's the 70 meter dish. Okay, so you're trying to figure out how big this is? Look at the staircase. Didn't one of Canberra's fall down earlier this year? I don't think so. I would have heard about something like that. Aiming where the spacecraft was when the signal was set. Yeah, exactly. They have to send a signal out where the spacecraft is going to be by the time it gets there. They basically lead the target with a bullet going light speed. Bullet being the radio communications. 240 feet. It's, The diameter is almost a football field. Yikes. Oh, I vote. No. I know. You're talking about a Recibo. A Recibo fell down. Yeah. That thing. This is not a deep space. I mean, it is a deep space communication dish. Oh, yeah. It's not part of the deep space network, though. Yeah. This is for deep space communication, but not part of the DSN. This was used for the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, so SETI. And then they used this, a university owned it. They used it for research. It fell down. Yeah. It fell down. It sucks. And so they got it on video. They got it collapsing on video, which is the security cameras caught it. Stereo is the pair of Earth-Sun interaction satellites that measure the flow of energy between the sun and the Earth. Yeah, there's stereo A and B. That's right. Yeah. UCF owned it. Yeah. Yeah, it fell down. I blame this guy. It's mostly this guy's fault. Yeah, it's mostly his fault. Yeah. For England, James? No, for me. Ah! Yes! I am invincible! Oh, you want to see something cool while we're on the subject? How long did you say that fuse was? Oh, grow up, 007. They all say the pen was mightier than the sword. Thanks to me, they were right. Give me the codes, Natalia! Give them to me! Really, Everest? That's neat. I may have helped in it coming down when we had the big war there and I shot a few cables out Kappa. Right. Yeah, Arecibo fell over, but it wasn't part of the DSN. I'll take the pen is mightier. Anyway, that's the ones in Australia. There's the big boy dish, and then there's the smaller ones out there. Freaking destroy 'em, mate. Okay, so that's interesting that they have increased demand. Like the Deep Space Network is having trouble dealing with it. That's cool. That just means we're doing more things in space. I'm on board with that. Or maybe if the Artemis program needs help, maybe we should bring back some tracking ships, which is basically a DSN that during the Apollo program that they mounted on a converted World War II supply ship. Yep. There were a couple of them, actually. Do antenna arrays only work for imaging but not communications? What? I'm not sure, Deeber. Yeah, they're Oilers. That's right, Nikita. Mm-hmm. Yeah, see? They just mounted a bunch of antennas on a ship and just kind of rolled with it. They scrapped them, I think, if I'm remembering right. Scott had a really good video on this, actually. Oh, yeah. They're doing that. Nice. Oh, that's cool. Cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin. Some say the 170 DP-1 class vessels have downlink antennas. Cool. What's your favorite ocean liner? Yeah, if we're talking ocean liners, that one pretty much takes the cake. Because it's literally a battleship with an ocean liner built on top of it. Yeah. Did the second mission land successfully? No, I kept it up at the space station, S. Yeah, we kept it up there. Looks like the Titanic. That ain't the Titanic. That's better than the Titanic. So the article says they're trying to get rid of TDRS and use commercial satellites, but they can't do that right now for the DSN. Maybe in the future, though. NASA should have their own system, Phil. Post Office, FedEx, UPS. There should be public and private. You have to have both of those things. If they try to do what happened in 2011, if they try to save another $30 billion and put all their eggs into the commercial basket too quickly, operative word, pretty much at all, you're going to have you're going to get stagnation in the market. Not everybody knows this, but they should know it. You've seen it up close. Yeah, I know. It sucks that they're doing that with TDRS, though. NASA should always have their own tracking and data system, independent of any commercial entity. They should have their own Super Heavy launch rocket, independent of any commercial entity. I have a theory, guys, and you can call me a nutter for this if you want. I totally get it. There is no way in hell, not a chance, that... Okay, look. There's no way that a government will allow a corporation to be able to do things that they can't. I.e., there's no way that SpaceX is going to be the end-all, be-all solution to going to the moon. It'd be very surprising if that's what we end up doing. It would be very surprising. Governments don't like not being able to do stuff, especially when it's involving some, national security technology like rockets, for instance, right? They'll never allow. I don't think they'll ever allow having only a commercial, only having a corporation, having private spaceflight being able to only access the moon and them not being able to have their own capability. I really think that that's not a thing. That'll never be a thing. Anybody that says, we should give all these contracts to SpaceX and screw everybody else is out of their frigging mind. That's a really bad idea. And I say that as someone that likes SpaceX. I love SpaceX and I love what they do, and they should keep pushing. And you should award contracts on merit as well. But also at the same time, if we were doing that, the post office wouldn't exist. There are services that can be offered, with a public program like NASA and a private program like what SpaceX does. You get the best of both worlds. But I don't think that only a corporation should be able to launch people to the moon, and simultaneously at the same time, I think that only the government having access to the moon is good either. Because if we look at the last time that we had that capability, the government pulled the plug on it and killed our entire lunar program, right? It creates stagnation in the market. You need to have public and private, and you need to continue public and private partnerships, and you need to have redundant dissimilar capability between public and private if we want to go further in space. There's no way that the government will allow Elon to be able to go to the moon without some heavy freaking regulations. There's not a chance in hell that happens. You're already starting to see it. You already started to see it with, what's going on with Starship and stuff, right? With the FAA. And even though the FAA is pretty cool and they've been pretty neat about it, but, I've noticed that if governments don't have a certain capability that the commercial market has, they'll regulate against it. Once again, that's just my personal theory. If you think I'm kind of nutty about it, well, I'm sorry. I want more rockets, but I firmly believe that that's going to happen. There's no way that they'll just have SpaceX be able to get to the moon and not them. That's not going to happen. But also at the same time, independent of EJ's paranoid schizophrenia about governments, right? Like, separating from that, having a public entity for commercial space to compete against and say, no, that's not right, we can do better, drives innovation. If you have two ways to get to the moon, right, you're going to drive innovation. Just like FedEx and UPS are always, and subsequently, I guess, Amazon nowadays, are trying to find better ways to get packages to you, right? Because there's stiff competition. But the post office still exists. Because the post office offers other things other than just moving your damn mail around and packages, right? There's other things that the post office does. I think that with a public, healthy, and robust national space program, coupled with a very, very vibrant commercial economy, we could spur competition, we can go further into space, and we can do it pretty damn sustainably. Just like the post office exists with FedEx working, and they both have a lot of overlapping capabilities. EJ, it seems that since the 50s, the only fields where governments spend massive amounts of money have furthered. Yeah, Nikita, you got it. NASA's original goal, dude, their original goal was to use the taxpayer dollar to develop aerospace and spaceflight innovations that the commercial market couldn't afford to do. That is NASA's purpose. That is NASA's purpose by definition. That's one of its founding frigging things. Use U.S. taxpayer dollars to fund technologies that would be beneficial to the taxpayer. For instance, in the 60s, NASA did a lot of research with aerodynamics in trucks. Here. NASA did a ton of research with aerodynamics and semi-trailers. So they took a semi-truck and they put an aeroshell on a semi-truck. It's kind of funny. That looks a lot like what a modern semi-truck looks like. Huh. This right here was an aerodynamic technology that the truck companies couldn't do because they're building trucks. NASA did all this aerodynamic research and then basically they didn't sell off the patents. They gave the patents to trucking companies, and look, every frigging truck to this day looks pretty much like that. You see what I'm talking about? That's the whole purpose of NASA, to develop technologies that are beneficial to us. The quiet SST going, all to a modern day technology, the X-59, we did a whole thing on that yesterday, right? That is what NASA's aeronautics program should be doing. NASA's aeronautics program should be making blended wing planes. They should be working on, electric planes, which they are. There's the X-57. They should be working on, all different types of aerodynamic shapes and test planes like, blended wings or, strato launching. They should do all kinds of stuff like that. That's what NASA should be doing. I mean, don't get me wrong, they are to an extent, right? But this is the kind of stuff that should be happening there. And then that's on the aerodynamic front. On the space flight front, NASA, honestly, what SpaceX is doing, NASA should have been doing stuff like that. Boost back and landing boosters. They did do a study into reusability that lasted about 40 years. That study into reusability should have lasted probably 10, and then they should have moved on to the next thing. But once again, that's what happens when you flatline the space program. But yeah, they should be working on spaceflight innovations that basically corporations don't have the financial capability to do. And that's what, when you say like, oh, it seems like a lot of it is propped up by NASA. Well, yeah, that's the point. That's what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to make markets in aerospace engineering and spaceflight that didn't exist before. Commercial Crew is a very good example of that. Commercial Crew, great example. Commercial low Earth orbit destinations, we already talked about that for the Space News, another good example. This is what they should be doing. Now, it's easy to get, it's easy to forget that when it comes to what NASA does, And like you were saying, the launch vehicle is just one piece of the puzzle. Private companies will still need NASA's last 20 years of human research to go to Mars. That's right. Real question here. Could NASA ever be as fast and efficient as SpaceX is? They were from 1961 to 1972, S-Master. Arguably a little bit more. All right. You're smart. You're a smart dude. You know a lot about this stuff. I know you know a lot about this stuff. This thing. Remember that thing? NASA had this on the drawing board in 1972. They engineered that in 8 years. That. In 8 years. I would argue that even after the Apollo program, to an extent, NASA still can put foot to tail. You have to incentivize them to do that, and you do that with deadlines. That was NASA's, and frankly anyone's, first attempt into building a reusable spacecraft. That was the first try. That's ridiculous for a first try. That's absurd. You know how complicated that damn thing is? The wire harness on that thing is like 30, 40 miles long. Just to say the least. Like, NASA had Star Raker on the scratch board in 79. That's right. And you know what the crazy part about that is? They engineered that with thing with basically the budget that NASA has now. Maybe probably a little less. Maybe a little more if you adjust for inflation. But still. That's a pretty friggin' good first attempt. Imagine if we had decided after the space shuttle started flying, if somebody had the freaking wherewithal to say like, oh, okay, this is a good design, right? But based off of like the first 20 flights from this thing, you know, could we engineer a better version? Just like how SpaceX, after, you know, Falcon 9 started flying, like SpaceX really started looking into BFR and what would become Starship, like right around 2016. After Falcon 9 had been flying consistently for like 4 to 5 years. Imagine if they started looking for a second solution to this thing in, I don't know, 1985. What's your background? Are you an engineer? Hey, rocket scientist. I'm not an engineer, but I'm self-taught when it comes to engineering. I'm a 3D artist by trade. But I sit here and I teach people about spaceflight. I know a pretty good deal about this. But I'm not an engineer, not on paper at least. With that budget, they had to use an abacus and slide rules. Awesome, happy to be here. Yeah, I mean, if you want to learn about the shuttle, I know a lot about the shuttle. You want to learn about Falcon 9, pretty much anything. Falcon 9, Atlas, Delta, what do you want to know? Like, get into pretty awesome detail if you want. But the stream does center around this space news segment and me playing KSP. I play KSP and I demonstrate these concepts in the game. It's really tough taking real aerodynamics and then translating into Kerbal's kind of fudged aerodynamics for gameplay purposes. If we had a real aerodynamic simulation in KSP, it would take probably about a week to get into orbit. Even with Kerbal's lower delta V numbers, but I digress. I take the real-life aerodynamics and I try to put them in KSP to demonstrate how stuff actually works. But, yeah. If you like space and you like the application of, like, launching, like, the engineering behind spaceflight, yeah, that's really where I'm at. That's what I like doing. T-Man, the shuttle transporter couldn't figure out how to build a cab for it. Just use a Mark II lander can. At least I like space. 13-month reset. What about you, rocket scientist? Are you a rocket scientist? Or are you lying to all these people? I'm just kidding. It's just a joke. You probably know more than many of my colleagues. Amazing what you can do these days with internet resources. Man, when I started rocket scientist, one thing that I say is like, dude, the only reason why I was able to teach myself all this, one is I have a chat full of freaking rocket scientists. That's the first one. The second one is you know, the internet, right? And I guess there's a third one. The third one is that I noticed, and I noticed this after I graduated from college, right? That I could just keep reading about space and it never stop. I never get bored of it. I do not know why. I just never get freaking bored of it. So I just kept learning things. Don't get me wrong. Do not try to self-teach yourself rocket science. That's really stupid. Go to school. Even I've been reading about and learning about space for like 10 years. About a decade under my belt. I have 8 years of streaming under my belt, streaming about space stuff, right? Just go to school. You can learn what I learned in about 10 years in 2 at school, you know? Well, after all, it's not neurosurgery. Yeah, right. But yeah, no, it's cool. But anyway, as like once again, NASA should be pushing the envelope when it comes to this stuff. They stopped doing that basically once the shuttle started flying. There was really no direction in the program. Like, and that started with the presidential administration that put the shuttle there in the first place. There was no direction. The shuttle had a great plan associated with it from the start called the NSTS, National Space Transportation System. The shuttle had architecture built out from the start to work with nuclear tugs and work with basically Centaur upper stages to basically make it so the shuttle could assemble a lander, a CSM, and a transfer stage in low Earth orbit via rapid flights, right? And we could sustainably go back to the moon because we don't need to expend anything. The only thing that gets expended is the external tank, right? Quebec's 5-month resub. I'm a brain surgeon, but it's not exactly rocket science. Please don't tell the United States Geological Survey I'm a rocket scientist. Oh, okay. The degree I value most is the third degree I got from my parents. Jeez. Have you watched For All Mankind on Apple TV? Yeah, Bobcats. Do I think it's accurate? Season 1 is pretty good. Season 2 is a hot, flaming pile of dog poop. In terms of scientific accuracy. Yeah, they made it more into a story and not, yeah. If we attribute it to other sci-fi, Season 1 is like watching Star Trek. Season 2 is like watching Star Wars. It's like, okay. Could have happened that way, though? No, the shuttle in For All Mankind runs off of hopes and dreams. There's not even a nuclear-powered shuttle would be able to get that far. There's no way. Their thrusters run off magical plot devices. And it's stupid because in For All Mankind Season 1, it was very, very, accurate. You need a Saturn V to get to the moon, for instance. But yeah. Say that again to my face. Season 2 is a hot, flaming pile of dog crap. Yo, Greg, what's going on, man? Oof, went there. Anyway, rocket scientists, welcome aboard. Appreciate you hanging out. Anyway, let's keep going. Say that again to my face. Star Wars versus Star Trek part.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Season 1 is Star Trek. Season 1 is like Star Trek. They took a great deal of time to make it believable, but it still uses some tech that doesn't exist, like at the end of the last episode of Season 1. You know what I'm talking about. Tears for Fears. Season 2 takes everything that Season 1 set up for a good story arc and threw it out the window. Once again, why does the shuttle exist in For All Mankind Season 2? Why does it exist? You have the Saturn V. The whole reason the shuttle existed in the first place is because we stopped using the Saturn V. So did some magical politician just be like, no, I like the Saturn V, we should keep using that, but also I like the space shuttle as well. It's like, okay. Can you see last? Sure, what's up? Taz, 38-month resub. Yeah, Tears for Fears, man. I taught myself aerospace engineering and became a civil engineer, so ha. Alright, you could basically play the freaking engineering equivalent of stacking blocks on top of each other. Good job, man. Nah, I like civil engineering. You guys know that. I have to take S-Master down a peg or two every once in a while. It's what I do. Anyway, here. Starship news. Starship news. Civil is easy. Nothing moves. It's just statics. Laughs in suspension bridge. Alright. Anyway. Civil engineering is difficult in its own. It's a difficult thing in its own regard. Mechanical engineering is pretty difficult too. Here, look at some mechanical engineering. Look at that. Soil moves, yo. Yeah. Laughs in Millennium Tower. I left school wanting to be a graphic designer photographer. Ended up working in a warehouse for a year, and now I'm starting a 4-year course to be an electrician. Nice, Halo. Sweet. Electrician, you'll make a lot of money. The trades are hot, dude. Check that out. And once again, okay, just in case anybody's watching for the first time, I don't hate civil engineering. I actually love it. If people actually realized what went into engineering a road, for instance, yeah, people would probably not complain as much the next time they drive over some potholes. You know how hard it is to get a road not to crack? Especially if it's made out of freaking asphalt. There's a new section. Okay, cool. So what you're looking at here is a super heavy booster inner thrust plate here. These square brackets right there are the mounts for gimbaled Raptors. So Raptor engines that can turn, right? About 3 months of CAD for a few blocks of road. Yeah, sounds right. Oh, I'll have to check those out. Core. I'm always on awe when driving through large raised highway interchanges. Don't sleep on civil engineering. No, civil engineering is cool. Hey, Cam, what's going on? I mean, aerospace engineering is, I would say it's a little bit more difficult. Aerospace engineering gets really difficult when you're trying to launch things into space. Yeah, that gets very, very tough. A lot of different things going on, including structural engineering. Like a rocket combines civil engineering, mechanical engineering, aerospace engineering, electrical engineering, and software engineering. It's by far probably the hardest discipline of engineering, I would say. Yeah, it's very very tough. Now it's fueled and ready to go. Good to know, Kem. That's awesome. I don't count 29 plus engine holes. How does this work? This is the inner ring of engines, Jack. So there's going to be 9 on the inner parts of the booster, right? And then there's going to be a ring of engines on the outside that do not gimbal. This is the thrust plate and the thrust structure that's going to carry the force from the gimbaled Raptors. Yeah, Hell Hydra sometime. What kind of education would be required to be an engineer for nuclear thermal rockets?
Discovery, go at throttle.
Nuclear engineering is a thing, Xeon. For nuclear thermal rockets, probably I would say mechanical, electrical, nuclear, and a little bit of aerospace, just a little bit, and a little bit of structural engineering as well. But either way, so that's the thrust plug. That thing is, I still am coming down in favor that this thing is a one-piece billet. It's a billet component, meaning that this started as a big block of steel or aluminum or whatever, and a machine basically sat there and drilled everything out. You can see these milling lines right here. This is from a CNC machine. These recessed areas, that's from an end mill milling this all out in a machine shop. The insane thing here is that it looks like it's all one frickin' piece. If that's we looked at, there was another one that we saw previously, right? And it was also milled. If these pieces are one piece milled, how I think they are, that's like $20,000 worth of machine work right there, easily. Easily. Yeah, it's a 5-axis CNC machine that's the size of a 2-car garage, man. It's unbelievable. I I don't see any welding lines here, do you? That's what I mean. You could tell something's billet because there's no weld marks. I don't see anything welded to this, do you? Looks like it could be done on a 3-axis CNC machine. Yeah, maybe, but that's either way. Okay, so even if it is a 5 or a 3-axis machine, that's a big frigging machine. You think they'll ever use a similar technique at SpaceX like they do at Tesla for casting parts in a gigantic press? They already cast Raptor parts. Certain parts of Raptor turbine machinery housing Kirinov is cast, but I don't know if it'll be as big as the ones that Tesla uses, but yeah. Sweet, now let's break it in half to test. High-res image. Oh boy. That is, yeah, see? Those are milling lines all day. Big 3-axis machines are pretty common. I've worked with 30 feet 3-axis machines. Not too expensive. Sure. I don't see any weld marks here. I see a lot of marks from oh, nope. The flange plates are welded. The Raptor mounts, the flanges, those are definitely TIG welded. That's a really good weld. And okay, so check this out. Cool thing about welding. You see how the weld stops after like a couple of inches? So the guy goes 3 to 4 inches, stops, and then he goes 3 to 4 inches, and there's a little burn mark right there. Anybody know why? Why would you weld in segments like that? I agree, rocket scientist, yep. It's too hot. Aluminum absorbs heat very, very quickly. That's why you have to use a TIG welder. A TIG welder needs to be able, you can control the heating a little bit better with a TIG. And you have to TIG aluminum. You can MIG it if you really want to, but a MIG welder will flux too much heat into it. And aluminum, when it gets hot, just like anything else, if you ever seen like plastic get hot, it warps. Metal does the same thing when it absorbs too much heat. When metal gets to a critical mass of heat, right, it'll start warping. Yeah, it'll turn into jello. So the guy that was TIG welding this did it in segments to control the heating. Yep. So the brackets are TIG welded on, but these things are TIG welded. These were also made on a CNC machine, and then some guy probably went in there and tapped these holes. And then it looks like the guide dowel for it is a countersunk thing. And those are bolt holes right there. Those are guide dowels, and then the LOX line goes through there. It's crazy piece of equipment right there. And another interesting thing to note is that, look, check this out. The design in this quarter of this is different. It has 3 of these circle things instead of just 2. And then that one has a big freaking hole in it. It's interesting. Why? I think this one is different because of the methane line coming from the center engine. I'm an engineer too, being a sound engineer. It's pretty nuts, man. Is that for weight balance? It's probably not for weight balance so much, Halo, as to just reduce the weight of the overall part. These recessed pieces actually also make the thing stronger. Yeah, cutting out stuff like this makes stuff stronger. Because like if you're looking at a block, if you're looking at this plate from the side, right? The plate would look like this, right? Something like this, even if it's solid, can bend. It's susceptible to bending. But if you recess a piece in there and you have something like this, well, now that looks like an I-beam, right? That actually increases structural rigidity and decreases mass. Yeah, it's a bonus all around. See that? Adding this little recessed area right there with the milling tool will actually makes that plate stronger. And I don't think I need to tell you that this plate is going to need to absorb a lot of force. Raptors, they produce like 2,400 kilonewtons of thrust. So 2,400 kilonewtons is like having something that's 54,000 pounds on top of you. That's how much force. The force that a 54,000 pound weight would be over your head is the amount of force that's getting exerted on this thing at every one of these holes. So 54,000 pounds times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. £486,000 is being pushed on this plate. Yeah, it needs to be pretty damn strong. Yeah, and then that's not even including the outer plate. That's true. Or whatever they're using for the outer plate. Yeah. So this thing, if you put a 500,000 pound weight on top of it, and you tried to lift this plate up, it would be able to hold it, which is pretty crazy. I mean, you could drive a tank on this thing. If you had the plate attached to a crane on the sides and you drove a tank up on it, it would be able to lift it. The cables would probably be the tensioning point of failure in that regard. It's crazy, right? So, that was delivered to Boca Chica this morning. And if you're wondering, well, okay, that's cool, but what about all the engines that are going to mount to this? Well, Elon posted this last night, the Fellowship of the Raptors. I don't need, there's nothing that needs to be said. I'm just... Yeah, we don't need to say anything. It's just... Or I don't need to say anything. It's, the picture speaks for itself. Yeah, Kiranov, that's the next thing I'm going to cover. A daily view of work. Dang it, man. So we have 1, 2, 3, possibly a fourth behind this one, behind RB3. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 Raptors. It's cool. This one is flown right here. Raptor 27. That one was SN5's Raptor engine. This thing is flown. That one right there, which is pretty crazy. Interesting that ESN 27 is still there. It was used on SN5. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah. Looks like freaking Waters junkyard in here, man. And then also there's a vacuum Raptor just chilling on its side right there. By flown, you mean scrapped. I mean, SN5 landed. Another interesting thing to note for the more keen-eyed here is that some of these engines have this on it. Some of them have a circular or an octagonal attachment plate, and other ones have a rectangular attachment plate. See that one? That one has a different plate on top. What's going on here is that this is a Raptor that has no gimbal. It's fixed. So the gimbal is one piece. This one over here with the rectangle is designed to bolt to that right there. Those are the ones that move. Those are the ones that can vector thrust. There's a couple of Raptor engines here that have fixed mounts. See, there's the rectangle. There's the pilot dowels right there that go right into these two big holes right there. See that? That's a pivotable Raptor. That's a fixed one right there. And then that one with the big nozzle is a Raptor. Raptor vacuum, excuse me. They're all Raptors, idiot. Thomas has got it. Look at the difference between the two Raptors. Yeah, this is an older generation of Raptor. These guys right here, anyone that has RB3 is a booster Raptor engine. So if you have RB on it, that means it's going on super heavy. And then what's the rest of the nomenclature, Thomas? There's there's the nomenclature signifies whether it's a Raptor, a vacuum Raptor with a fixed gimbal, a vacuum Raptor with a vectored gimbal, or a vacuum, no. Sea Level Raptor, fixed gimbal. Sea Level Raptor, pivotable gimbal. Vacuum Raptor, no gimbal. RC is Raptor Center. Yeah, there you go. So RC are Raptor engines that would mount to this or the 3 center engines on Starship. Raptor Vacuum are the fixed engines that would mount on Starship, like this one right here that's on its side. And Raptor Boosters here are fixed engines that would mount on Super Heavy. These are Super Heavy boosters right here. If I had to guess, if I had to throw my hat into the ring, I'd guess that these boosters are probably going to find their way onto booster number 4 for the orbital flight test. Or for the tile flight test, for Space News. Oh, more pictures of Nuclon. Cool. Yeah, I'll check that out in a second, Kim. The crazy thing is about Raptor Vacuum is that even though it has a vacuum optimized nozzle, because of the full flow stage combustion cycle of Raptor, they can test vacuum engines at sea level and they don't get flow separation inside of the nozzle. Yeah, it's pretty ridiculous. If I was just speaking another language there, Raptor engines are really freaking powerful. And just like, you know, an airplane that was designed to fly at lower altitudes is different than, so like a 737 is different than an SR-71, right? Vacuum optimized Raptors are designed to work at a much higher altitude. They're designed to work in the vacuum, in space, right? These guys are designed to work, you know, these ones are designed to work closer inside of the atmosphere, so where there's still air, right? Now, how that would translate to like an SR-71, for instance, right, is that the SR-71's engines and the SR-71 in general is not designed to work down here. So if you fired it down here, you wouldn't get what you'd get up there, right? A lot of people, there's an anecdote that goes around with SR-71s that when they took off, they were leaking fuel everywhere because the fuel tanks are designed to seal when it gets up there and it starts to heat up, when it gets up to 80,000 feet, right? Generally, testing vacuum-optimized rocket engines down here is like testing a SR-71 down here. It's just going to leak fuel everywhere. It's not going to work correctly. Long story short, Raptor engines are powerful enough to be able to... It's a crazy enough design to be able to test down here and still get good testing results. That's ridiculous. There's no other rocket engine around that I know of that's fired with its vacuum-optimized nozzle down here at near sea level and survived intact. Unless there's a test that I don't know about, which is possible, but... Yes, Shepard, they're pretty cool. Booster 3 is set to do cryo testing next week, followed by static fires. Rumored to be firing 1 engine, followed by 3, followed by 9. Cool. Have they said the specific impulse on vacuum...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
On the Raptor vacuum on orbit? 380, I think, is what it is. Play, 26-month resub. Yeah. Will they have 360-degree movement? Well, they have 360-degree movement. Yeah, of course. The ones that gimbal can do that. No, not Wario. I'm talking about what's behind him. They have 15 degrees of gimbal, any direction. So, like, Gully, when you say 360 degrees, you mean it can do this. Yes, it can do that. Picture like a cone, right? If you have the straight line vector of thrust, right? If you have a point at the top and a cone and the circle at the bottom, right? The cone, the angle of the cone, right, is 15 degrees. Raptors can move 15 degrees in any direction. Hey, Karate, what's going on? Look at this. Yeah, Laldug, with methane, you're kind of really limited by 380. Limited at 380 just because of physics, from what I understand. the crazy part is, and once again, the full flow stage combustion cycle, to just go into nerding out again here, the full flow stage combustion cycle allows you to be able to operate at a much higher chamber pressure pretty much all the time. The hydrostatic bearing turbopumps from the integrated powerhead demo by the Air Force and NASA in the early 2000s kind of led to a type of turbopump design that could operate at much higher RPM than any other turbo. The Raptor turbopumps are spinning above the turbopumps right there, turbine machinery, it's spinning above 20,000 RPM because of the hydrostatic bearing design. It can withstand spinning that fast. And if you can spin those turbopumps faster, you can increase your chamber pressure, right? Faster the turbopump can deliver fuel, well, combustion happens pretty dang fast, right? Stuff lights on fire and stuff explodes pretty quickly. If your turbopumps can spin faster, you can deliver more fuel and more oxidizer, and blowing it up inside of the combustion chamber is the easy part at that point, right? It's not. It's all rocket science. It's very difficult. And that allows Raptor to operate at a much higher chamber pressure than other rocket engines. And that's what gives Raptor its kick. And that's part of the reason why they can test with the vacuum nozzles on the thing down here, and it's not really that big of a deal. $20,000 RPM is weak. All right. Blow stuff up in the combustion chamber. Yes. Parameter G, Ben. I see you're using the new emote. I'm very fond of Dr. Peter Parameter. It's insane how much pressure it can handle. 300 bars, no joke. That's 300 times Earth's atmosphere. Is that how gimbal is measured? I always thought it was measured from the point of the cone, i.e. your angle would be 90. It's off of the thrust vector, Wookie. All right. You have your rocket engine, right? Your rocket engine pivots up here on a gimbal, right? Okay, so your thrust vector for the rocket when it's zeroed is like that. There, hold on. It would help if that line was straight. That's your gimbal right there. That's your gimbal vector. It's 15 degrees off the pivot point. Because why would you measure it from anywhere else? No, it's the distance that the thrust vector can move measured in degrees. Or the radius, I should say. So on Raptor, theta equals 15 degrees. Like that. On an SSME, it's like a shuttle engine or SLS's motors, 10.5. An RD-180, 8.0. Raptor is that right there. 15 degrees in every direction. Yeah. See where the circle is? You can point the thrust vector for the engine anywhere inside of that circle. And once again, you could see these things working, dudes. Here, look. In the SN-15 footage from SpaceX. Watch. You can see it a lot during the landing. Here, take a look. See, right there, all three Raptors are out at the edge of their circles, right? And now they moved them in.
We get T plus 4 minutes 34 seconds.
All right, watch. Also, wing cam. Okay, I thought you explained it as the angle between the cone and down. No, no. Look.
And we have ignition. Starship heading back to the landing zone.
That right there is ridiculous. That
Ignition. Starship heading back to the landing zone.
watch this camera. Watch this. Look at that. That's show the SN10 landing. All right.
FAA licenses.
It is. The physics involved there is unbelievable. You see those rocket engines move, and then you go and look. See how big one of those things is? Guys, that thing weighs as much as a truck, like a semi-truck, like a big one that moves trailers around. That's how much that thing weighs. Look at how effortlessly it moves around. It's unbelievable. Like, look how quick they move these engines around. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. How did they make them move like that? Hydraulics. Hydraulic actuators. Like, I have no words, man. I haven't watched the SN15 footage in a long time. It's unbelievable.
And we have ignition.
That's ridiculous.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I'm still wondering what causes the flame on 10. T-Man, on 10, you remember when you know how I always say don't put gas into your liquid fuel engine? Yeah, it's called a liquid fuel engine for a reason. What happened on SN10 is what happens when gas goes into your liquid fuel engine. And also 11, for what it's worth. For reference, 6,000-pound forklift is needed to be replaced to replace the Raptors. Henry, thanks for the 14-month resub. 6,000 pounds. That's okay. So that's not a semi truck, Devlin, but that's a Super Duty, a Ford Super Duty. 6,000 pounds. Yeah. Like all those pickup trucks that I always swoon over driving around here. Yeah, Raptor weighs about as much as that. And you see it move around, like with the quickness. Like that's like it looks like a radio-controlled car. I mean, it's basically a radio-controlled plane. But no forklift needed to be replaced. No, the forklift needed to be replaced with higher capacity than 6K. The 6,000-pound forklift needed to be replaced for Raptors. So for... Okay, so we know they're above 6,000 pounds, Devlin. For our European people, 6,000 pounds is like 2,800 kilos. That's 2,800 kilograms. That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous that they can move 2,800 kilograms that quickly and that effortlessly and that precisely. It's nuts, man. Absolutely nuts. Absolutely insane. Even SN-15 had pressurization issues. Could have lost her, but the second engine stayed on, saving the landing. Yep. Another good example of gimbaling is, oh yeah, the wigglies. So the shuttle engines, though, those RS-25s, Wanagi, don't move as much as the Raptor engines do. Close, but not as much. Pretty crazy, right? So Tim actually posted here based off of this picture, and he said, oh my gosh, this reminds me of the forest of the NK-33s from the engines that came in from the cold. Awesome documentary, by the way. And I spy an RVAC back there too. Wild times. Can't wait to hear over 2 dozen of these babies roar. Elon Musk, we are breaking ground soon on a second Raptor facility at the Texas test site. This will focus on volume production of Raptor 2. Raptor 2 is RC, RB, RVAC. That's the new naming convention. Raptor 2 is like a Block 2 version of the motor. SpaceX already working on a redesign. They've already done a redesign for Raptor, from what if I'm understanding that correctly, which is just all right. Well, California factory will make the Raptor vacuum and new experimental designs. Raptor weighs 33... Dry weight, 1,500 kilograms, 3,300 pounds, according to Wikipedia. According to Wikipedia, Raptor weighs 3,300 pounds, according to Wikipedia. Yep, Wikipedia must be right then. Yeah.
Go and throttle up.
EJ, you always use Wikipedia. That's not what I'm getting at, Awesome. No, Wikipedia is usually right, Badger. It's usually pretty dang accurate. What I'm trying to tell you guys is that it weighs more than that. I can't say why I know that. It weighs more than that. It weighs more than that. The Wikipedia article is wrong. Don't ask me how or why I know that, okay? It weighs more than that. That's why I say it weighs as much as a Mack truck. Sources say, I mean, yeah, pretty much. It weighs more than that. You had to remove it with support equipment and platform. Yeah, but Devlin, there's no way that support equipment and a platform weighs as much as the motor. I'm sorry, those are cast parts on the turbine machinery. It weighs, it's heavy. It's a very heavy engine. The Wikipedia is based off, the wiki value is based off of this tweet. Unless that support equipment is really heavy, Devlin, well then that would explain that one. Bro, I just gotta. How do you know that? Sources, dude, trust me. Pretty much, Loopy. I know people that work there. Like, even before Raptor wiring on the garage stream. You know what, Boxy? I could probably figure it out, to be honest with you. Probably figure it out. It would take me years, but I could probably figure it out eventually. Better late than never. No, so I hear it from people that work there, guys. You know, just talking about different things, you know. Talking about different things, moving different things. Like, I'm not trying to be like, well, I know something you don't. I don't. You know what I mean? Like, but the Wikipedia page, I mean, okay. Go and watch NSF's footage of them moving Raptors off the truck. Look at how much the forklift is rated for. That should give you a pretty good example of, that should give you a pretty good indication of how heavy one of those things is. But once again, I suppose what I'm not taking into account there is all the equipment used to hold the engine down onto a pallet. That probably puts it up higher than that. You know what I mean? And Elon also said in that tweet that that's a target weight. That's where they're shooting for. SpaceX is also shooting to launch orbital by the end of this month. So, I mean, I wouldn't go against the cult of Wikipedia correctness on this unless I wasn't sure. You know what I mean? Because why? Why would I do that? It's a waste of time. Hey, Eileen, how are you? Use the Fords to harness and fix the Raptor. I mean, look at the trucks that pull these Raptor engines around. Look at the gooseneck trailer that they use to pull Raptors from the build site to the launch site when they go to install them. They're using an F-350. An F-350 with a gooseneck trailer. They're heavy. Very heavy. They must not be that heavy if they use a Ford. Yeah, Demon. Yeah, I know. Hey, Goalie, is that why there's no Chevy 3500 HDs moving Raptor engines around? Because it's too easy? Oh, wait, there aren't any there. It's all Fords. Actually, okay, just quick side note. There is, I've seen a lot more Chevys and Dodges from United Rentals around. I think SpaceX bought all the damn Fords. Wow. I'm sorry. The Power Stroke is better. No. Duramax a good engine. Good engine. Cummins is the best one though. See that Shelby F-150? Rice, I saw a Shelby F-150 driving around the other day. And I was like, oh, I guess they make Shelby F-150s. I did not know that. The Chevy would drop the transmission trying to move one. Anyway, so I'm pretty sure that the Wiki article is based off of Elon's target weight. But I'll tell you, those things, they're I mean, okay, so like, let's play off the notion that even if they are 1,500 kilograms, okay, so that's a Ford police car. That's one of these things. That weighs 1,600 kilograms. That's a big full-sized car. That's still a lot of mass to move around. Pretty sure they're heavier than that, but it doesn't matter. Either way, it's still a crazy piece of kit. And there's going to be 8 of those gimbaling on Super Heavy. 28 engines total. So you have, not 8, you have 9 in the center. And then you have 19 all the way around. Yo, that's crazy. Ghetto hydraulics give that bounce. You know what, Rustbox? I'm like the whitest dude around. Like, I'm like, oh, I like aerospace engineering and all that stuff. Dude, I like cars with switches. That's actually really freaking cool. Making the thing bounce. You know why I like it? Because the physics involved. You know how much you have to beef the frame up of a car to be able to bounce it like that and drop it and not have it crumple like a freaking beer can? It's actually pretty cool. That Cletus the sleeper? Yeah. Yeah, Wanagi. Yeah, that Marauder. I'll tell you, that Marauder is bone stock and it's got nitrogen in the tires and make it go faster. Hot news. What's up? And another view. Oh, for the love of God. Oh, come on! Come on! What the f... Damn it! Way to look like a schmuck on stream, EJ. Nice. Very good. Devlin, what do I do? What do I do here? What Ford is that? That's a... It's an F-350. That's a Super Duty. What about the forklift? I don't know. Son of a... Yeah, duty. Alright, alright. It's one of these things. See that red one right there? So the F-350 is designed to tow heavy things around. Where are my specs? Power and handling. Hey, gooseneck hitch kit. Sweet. Fifth wheel hitch kit can tow 20,000 pounds. So they were using the gooseneck. The fifth wheel, dude, that thing can tow a semi-truck trailer. Just on a side note. Those are high pressure tires. Let me see. If it's a 450, hold on. If it's an F450, then yeah, that Raptor is as heavy as I think it is. All right. Well, here, let's take a look. Oh, that's sick. I want one. Sorry. Let's go down here. 4th generation. Here we go. Yeah, Wookie, you're not wrong. That's the truck right there. It's an F3. I don't know. Is it? All right, where's its towing capacity here? Payload is 15,000 pounds. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that thing core, right? Did I miss it? Yeah, 15,000 pounds on one of those things. Can we, like, take the rocket engine and turn it 90 degrees that way and then just kind of mount it on the back there? I mean, it's gonna... 15,000 pounds in kilograms steam is 7,000 in change. So when are you building a 3,000 horsepower tractor pulling turbo diesel engine for the truck? Yeah. See, look at this. Hey, see? Funny how that works. The Ford's actually doing something. The Chevy is that guy at the job site that's just sitting there watching everybody else. Whammy. Virgin Chevy versus Chad Ford. Virgin Chevy. Observes greatness. Chad Ford pulls rocket engine around. Yeah, right, Brooke? Is that for BN3? I think so, Reagan, yeah. So the smart guy. Ford is a joke of a vehicle company, at least when they were in the family form. Yeah, alright. We gotta figure out what type of forklift that is. And once again, this picture is coming from Lab Padre. I don't watch the streams, but I think looking at pictures is cool. $9,000 to £15,000 range. What brand of forklift is that? Hold on. Here, I'm just gonna Google heavy duty forklift, and I'll see if I see a picture of what I'm thinking that is. It's a Yoda. It's a Toyota forklift. Link me the picture. There you go, predominant. That's why I'm not a fan. I like anything. I don't mind GM pre-2005. There's a very good reason for that. Yeah, I got it, Swishio. I don't know. It doesn't have the... Wouldn't it say Toyota on the side of the forklift here? I saw a cool Chevy on my way to the laundromat here today. Saw a late model Chevy Tracker post Geo. Oh yeah, those things are cool, Loopy. But then again, I'm biased. I like everything. There's not many cars that I absolutely hate vehemently. You know what I mean? There are cars I don't care for. You know, don't worry. I'd let you know which one those are already. My dad's Ford had a sticky throttle. It took it to a Ford dealer 12 times to have it fixed. They never fixed it and accepted that there was a problem, and he got $6,000 after he sued Ford. Interesting. What's the reason for Spaceship 2's engine nozzle to be cut at an angle, Jazzos? For Spaceship 2? It's a cut nozzle to be able to, here, okay. That's a good question. Very, very good question. Could you come here for a second? Yeah. So if you have a regular nozzle, right, like this, right, from your rocket engine, there's a convergent, divergent rocket, right? When all the fiery stuff comes out, it comes out basically in a column, right? Like that, right? That'll give you an accelerated force in that direction. Still with me? Nah, Loopy, I don't need it this time. So, take that same rocket engine, right? Take that same rocket engine, right? Hang on. Yes, I'm actually taking the time to make this look nice. So you have your rocket engine that's going to make, you know, accelerate this way. If you cut it, right, and do that instead of making force that goes this way, it makes force that goes this way. And what does that do to Spaceship 2? Spaceship 2 is flying like this, right? Spaceship 2 is flying, right? And it has the nozzle out the back, right? And it has force put on it going that way, right? it makes it nose up. Toyota 8FG 80U, loading capacity 17,500 pounds. Thank you. Thank you, chat. So, here, watch this video, Jazzos. I don't need the AK break, Loopy, not this time. That's a good example, though. But the drawing probably gets the point across a little bit better. Hey, your degree really paid off. We can watch one of my favorite videos from them here. It's, first flight from Spaceport America, in space for the second time. So watch this video, Jazzos. Range Rover. Meh. Watch this one, chat.
Release.
So, when they go to fire, it causes the nose of the vehicle to go up in the air, to fly up into space. It flies on a huge parabolic arc. You can see that the gases are expanding up higher more than they're expanding down low, which gives you a pitch up effect. Just like having the engines on your airplane underneath the wings. Same exact thing.
Hey, welcome to Space Scotland.
My left ear loves this.
Congrats, Steve.
Welcome to the club, astronaut.
Thanks, Space. I like this club.
That picture doesn't suck. I love that picture. That's one of my favorite pictures from space. And I get it, yeah, someone's gonna be like, but EJ, that's not space. It's from one of my favorite pictures from high altitude. We'll say that. No, look, you can see the entirety of the LA basin right there. That's all of Los Angeles. And the San Fernando Valley. That's the valley right there. That's all of LA, all the way from the Port of Long Beach to downtown. Anybody that lives there knows how long of a distance that is. And then it goes all the way out to Pomona. You can see the whole thing. There's like 20 million people in this picture. And you could see all the way over the mountains, and you could see into Palmdale. Palmdale's right there. And then, look, it's even crazier. You can see 14. See the road right here? That's 14 that goes through the mountains. I-5 is right there. I-5 goes to 14, and that'll take you to Palmdale. I've driven on that damn road. A lot of you guys have too. It's crazy how much you can see in that one picture. Drop off complete. Ferd, moving back to the build site. Cool. There's a lot of people in this picture. Edwards Air Force Base is over here. It's behind them. You can't see it, but... Yep, there's the fault line. Yep, see it? San Andreas Fault? That's what that is, right? Yeah, you can see all the way down to San Diego. Coronado Bay is underneath those clouds, but that's crazy. It's nuts to me. You can almost see the salt mine from Blue Origin. Hey, Blue Origin isn't in California. That's enough space for you, to be honest. It's pretty cool, Loopy. So ridiculous, dude. Why do the wings tilt up like that besides drag? That's called the feather. The feather basically has Spaceship 2 come down. So it comes down aligned with these right here. So when the thing is 90 degrees like this, right, it'll fall down basically straight down, and the entire underside of these wings right here act like a gigantic speed brake. That basically makes it so the thing makes enough drag to not experience much re-entry heating from up there. Because once again, the entire surface area of the wing is being used to slow the thing down as a gigantic brake. And yeah, the reason, Jazos, the reason why the nozzle's cut is so... Basically, there's no gimbal here. There's no vectored thrust, and this thing flies into space, so you can't really use your control surfaces up there, right? That's not going to work. So the rocket basically just, when they fire it, it's all the way up, and then it goes all the way up, and at apogee, they deploy the feather, right? And then it basically does a huge flip, and then it falls down. It's really freaking cool, dude. It's pretty awesome. Pretty cool little piece of tech right there. That crazy or what?
Hey, welcome to Space Scotland.
See, they're at apogee right there.
Congrats, Steve.
Welcome to the club, astronaut.
Thanks, Space. I like.
Oh. That certainly looks like space to me, you know? That's pretty much right. Yeah, it's like a shuttle. It's like a shuttlecock from badminton. Yeah, pretty much. Yep, it increased. So what they're doing here is called they're increasing coefficient of drag, but they're decreasing ballistic coefficient as well. Well, it's not. Yeah, it is decreasing because it burned all the rocket fuel. Same surface area for lower mass, right? So this you know, what is it designed for beside from drag? Well, it is designed to make drag, so it slows down. So you don't need like a thermal protection system or anything. It'll just slow it down because coefficient of drag goes through the roof because the thing is flying like this with the stabilizers like that. It's basically flying like that. It's falling, and it's a giant speed brake when it falls. Looks like a U-2 flight to you. This is way above the U-2, man. This is 264,000 feet. I needed to do the math. Yep, Shex, that's right. It'll try to do this, right? Because it'll try to... The nose will try to come down, but the stabilizers are prevented, so the thing just kind of falls like that. Pretty cool. You can make that in Kerbal. You can make a feather. It does work in Kerbal. I did it with... Remember we did it with the cargo plane? When I had the cargo plane that had the entire tail open up, we deployed the tail in flight, and it feathered it, and the thing was basically falling down like this. I don't care if it's Blue Origin or Virgin. I'll accept any two that go into space. Yeah. Jazos, does that help? Pretty cool. Anyway, one more word on Raptors here. Roughly 800 to 1,000 per year is the volume production that they're aiming for. Wait, I hadn't seen this. Are you me? Yeah, Jazos, Loopy called me out on it, but another thing is if you look at an AKM, the Soviet assault rifle from the 1960s and the 1950s and the 1960s, the AK has a cut nozzle. This is only on AKMs, though, the modernized version with a stamped steel receiver and a stamped machinery cover, as opposed to a milled receiver from the older AK-47s. You know why the nozzle's cut like that? Jazzus, you tell me why you'd want to cut muzzle brake. That's what it's called. It's called the muzzle brake. Recoil? Yeah, Kem, that's true. Recoil reduction. Yes, exactly. So, The AK, when it fires, it uses a long stroke gas tube. So attached to the bolt right here, there's a huge piston. And the piston, it's like a piston in a car, right? The piston, top dead center, if you will, on the piston is right here at what's called the gas block. The AK is using a gas impingement system. So you have your bolt, right? And then you have your you have the blowback. I forget the exact name. The bolt is in here, right? And the bolt is what makes the bullet go, right? And it moves back and forth. The reason why it moves back and forth in a reciprocating motion is to load another cartridge in. It blows back, right? And it goes forward. What makes it blow back is when the bullet's going down, when the bullet gets fed into the breech of the rifle, and it goes down the tube, the bullet gets past the gas block, and there's a little channel in here in the gas block. What that does is it takes some of the explosive force from the bullet, right? And the gas goes up here, and it pushes that piston down. That piston is attached to the bolts, and it rotates the bolt out of position, out of its resting position. It bounces off the rear trunnion, which is on a spring, and then it goes back forward. It pushes the hammer back, and the bolt kind of goes over the hammer, and then it goes back, right? And when it goes back into position, it rotates back and it loads another bullet from the magazine. Okay? Because the AK has a long stroke gas impingement system, literally the piston at top dead center, when you're not firing anything, it's up here. When you're firing, that piston moves all the way back here. Because the bolt moves, the bolt carrier? It moves all the way back to the rear trunnion back here at the end of the machinery cover, right? Because that's a lot of movement, right? That bolt that's a long travel, it's a long stroke. Because it's a long stroke, a piston on a car has a long stroke. Because it's such a long stroke, that thing has a lot of momentum going backwards, and that's what causes the muzzle climb. The engineers at Kalashnikov came up with the idea of a muzzle brake like this that deflects some of the explosion that's coming out of the muzzle up to combat recoil. Because what makes recoil on a gun isn't the bullet going down the tube. It's whatever you're using to reload, if it's a semi-automatic or an automatic firearm, right? So, right? That the bolt going back and forth, that's what causes the climb. That's what causes recoil. I mean, don't get me wrong. The bullet going off will kick. If anybody that's fired a bolt action rifle, so a rifle where you have to every time, or a shotgun, yeah, it does kick. But with weapons like this, the long stroke on the gas impingement system, that causes crazy climb. What gives the recoil on an AT4? It doesn't have a bolt. An AT4? An AT4 doesn't have that much kick, goalie. It has a backblast tube. What are you talking about? I mean, there's probably something from the thing moving out, but you don't stand behind one. AT4s are recoilless. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You have a backblast tube. The AT4 is just, Yeah, Green, there you go. Anatomy of an AKM. I forgot all the names, dude, because I haven't messed with guns in a long time. Shut up, chat. I mean, it's like an RPG-7, right? So the Soviet rocket launcher, right? It when you fire it, it basically ignites the rocket in a tube, and the exhaust goes out the back. And the rocket goes out the front. It's called backblast. Just play some Tarkov. You'll learn it all. I don't need Tarkov to teach me about firearms. Yeah, Brendan Herrera. That's a good YouTube channel, Thomas. He knows his stuff, dude. The training AT4 is essentially a 9mm pistol in a tube that fires a 9mm tracer round to simulate the flight of the rocket. Yeah, 9mm is just... As Zonky, you remember in Terminator 2 when they're in the back, where they're in the mall, right? And the T-1000 takes out the 92F and he's just like... Freaking 9 mils, man. So you're getting an AK-50? No. I like AKMs. M's would be an AKM would be my favorite. Forgotten Weapons is a good channel. Hickok 45 too, even though I don't think that guy really updates much anymore. And you could absolutely do that. I mean, you got what, 14 in the mag, 1 in the pipe? That's ridiculous. That's a lot of lead to put down range. Hickok's still active. There you go. Do guns like the Steyr AUG have lower recoil because the moving parts are closer to the center of the shoulder? Yes and no. I don't know what the stroke is on the AUG's gas impingement system. I don't know what the stroke is. But an M16, for instance, or an AR-15, an AR-15, instead of having a piston that goes all the way back, it has a gas tube that comes out of the gas block and goes back. And M16s and AR-15s and any platform that's based off of the AR, right, has a short stroke gas impingement system. So M16s don't have that much recoil. They're also shooting a much lighter cartridge than an AKM. Literally lighter. It is a lighter bullet. Yeah, that short stroke, the piston on an M16, which is in the upper receiver, inside of like the foregrip of an M16, there's just a gas tube. There's just a little tube that goes back. And the piston is actually inside of the part where the magazine goes in the upper receiver. The stroke is very small. And Eugene Stoner, when he designed that rifle, knew that a short stroke would be better it would be better for recoil control. That's why M16s should just... M16s can shoot lead downrange so quickly that later versions of the M16, they limited it to like 3-round burst and stuff because you're wasting ammunition. You want to be the guy that throws lead downrange, go use the SAW, the M249. And if you really want to mess someone's day up, use a 240 Bravo. But they all switched to M4s from what I understand. Zonku, everyone's using M4s nowadays. I've never shot one, Xeon. I would love to. Dude, that would be cool. It's a big friggin' gun. MG42 all the way. Well, the MG42 had that same problem, uncapping. Well, it wasn't really a problem. Can you imagine? MG42 is shooting 1,200 rounds a minute with 7.92. That's... No thanks. We gotta get you to Knob Creek. I'd go. Mark 19 because screw the guy and everyone around him and the tank and the light vehicle behind him, right? Yeah, right. The U.S. actually, Operation Paperclip, just on a side note, we'll get to the last Starship video. The U.S., for Operation Paperclip, actually, it wasn't just about getting rocket scientists and stuff and the guys that made jet engines. They got the guys that engineered the guns, too. And the U.S. looked at the MG42 and said, that's way too much, that's way too high a RPM. We need to slow it down a little bit. So what the Americans did after the war is they evaluated the MG42 and another German rifle called the FG42. And they combined the feed mechanism from the FG42 and I think it was the open bolt system of the MG42, and then they slowed it down to 800 rounds a minute. Does anybody know what rifle they made? Yep, you guys already know. The M60. Yeah. Rambo's gun. Freaking pig, man. Yeah, they used the open bolt design. I think it was the open bolt. It's been a while, guys. My gun knowledge is fading very quickly, but yeah. I still understand the engineering behind it, but yeah. Yeah, the buzzsaw. Yeah, they called it, the U.S. propaganda called it the buzzsaw and said its bark was greater than its bite. No. No, that's wrong. What's the difference between an M60 and an M240? The M240 Bravo's design is derived from a Belgian design. FN Herstal is the company that designed a machine gun like that, if I'm remembering right. Yeah, bark is greater than its bite. Yeah, no, that's wrong. Yeah, anybody that jumps out in front of one of those things is going to get torn to shreds like paper. The MG81, they employed some of these on MG42 tripods. Yeah, crazy. Huh. Interesting. Yeah, there's your firearms discussion. We haven't had one of those in a while. The MG3 is a modern version of the MG42, used in many countries today. I don't think they still manufacture those things, Kuro. But I know about the MG3. The West Germans used the MG3 for a long period of time, and I think the Israelis did too, for a while. The M60 is based largely off of the FG42, and the 240 is based more off of the Browning's 1919 design. Yep. Koffs and PKM. Pescheneg's a good LMG too, Droya. I like that. When you want to spew Mosin Nagant bullets at the other guy at like 600 rounds a minute. Yeah, it's pretty good. That explains all those guys that got medals of honors for charging MG42 nests. I wouldn't do that. I'd just be like, hey, Zonko, it'll be like that scene in Red vs. Blue when they're shooting this with the Warthog's minigun. Hey, they gotta run out of ammo sometime. Let's just wait until they're done, you know? All right, Primo, yeah, no problem. They gotta run out of ammo soon. I'm just gonna sit here. Just wait until they stop firing. All right, so a lot of stuff happening down there. Let's see if NSF has a new video for Raptor. That's what nades are for? Yeah. All right, 21 hours ago. Here we go. Let's see what we got. This footage is coming from NASA spaceflight. Mary is the woman down there that goes and films Starship every day. She does that for NASA spaceflight. And NASA spaceflight gets us this content, basically a day-to-day update of what's going on down in Boca Chica. So be sure to go over there and support NASA spaceflight if you can, guys. I wouldn't say it unless I absolutely meant it. There's also the pictures that you posted. Yeah, but I don't like you, remember? No. I forgot. Yeah. I'll go and check those. Wait. Did you post those pictures? Did you take them, Core, or did you just find these? I'm just asking. Like, I'm just so I can get my mind straight. Yeah, okay. I don't know what this is. I know it's something to do with the propellant production site, obviously, but like specifically what these macaroni pipes do, I have no idea. The ones that you linked. Yeah, I have them still teed up over there. Of course, Wanagi. Yep. You want to shoot an SVT-40 one of those days. Interesting design, Hellfish. Yeah. Macaroni. Time to potentially see things you shipped. Right on, man. You think they're for the generators? Those kind of remind you of the double jacketed heat exchanger pipes I've seen. You have an SVT-40, no kick and good accuracy. Those are cool. Moist, I've never shot one, but I always liked the SVT-40 in the old Call of Duty games. Not that that matters at all, but I always thought it was a good rifle. I played with it in Call of Duty freaking like 15 years ago, right? And then I went and read about it. Seems like a good enough design. Those are for the generators? Right on. So I'd imagine if the GSE is all messed up, a summer launch is unlikely. King, if you're asking me, my gut is telling me early September at this point. The pad is nowhere near finished. Take it from somebody that, and once again, I guess this is just me talking, right? I do a lot of work with launch pads in Kerbal. It's difficult to do in KSP. It is harder to do in KSP than building rockets in KSP. And I know how difficult it is to make a rocket in real life. If Kerbal difficulty is a good example of like the scale of magnitude more difficult, the scale of magnitude of difficulty when it comes to a certain task, building launch pads is very, 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 very complicated, and it takes an extremely long period of time compared to the rocket. The pads are often more complicated than the rockets that launch them. And once again, I don't have any experience building any type of launch pad in real life ever, but I do have KSP, and KSP is a good enough indicator in that regard. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying just because I can put a bunch of parts together on the computer I could do it in real life, because hell no, I absolutely couldn't. Maybe I could design one on a computer and somebody else could build it, but yeah, if that's any indicator, yeah, late September. The pad is nowhere near finished. It's not even close. Hey, Arsenal. 57-month resub. Launchpad noises. Let me see. This picture is from RGV aerial. Oh. Those macaroni pipes are going there, so... There's the macaroni pipes. And they go from there to there. They go over whatever that thing is. Yeah, I don't know what I'm looking at here. I know that... Oh, no. An air conditioner. That's a condenser. This is a giant air conditioner. It's an air conditioner that's the size of like 3 or 4 average houses. Yep. Yep. See these things? Those are condenser. This is a big heat exchanger. Because you need to... A condenser... cools things down. It basically takes gas and turns it into liquid. It condenses things. There's an evaporator and there's a condenser. That's what you need for an air conditioner. Those are natural gas generators for power. Yeah. This is a freaking huge air conditioner. I mean, look at it compared to those trucks. It's a big air conditioner. Cooling air for an oxygen farm. That's my guess, Raj. Where's the evaporator? Maybe it hasn't been built yet? Maybe that's it right there, Junkyard. I have no freaking clue. I know that those are condensers, though. See all the cooling fans? Just like the radiator on a car. Dead giveaway. I mean, look at all the pipes, man. That's unbelievable. Oh, an even better picture. Yep, we weren't looking at the whole thing. Holy crap. That's ridiculous. The same setup you built? Alright, Gully, let me see. Oh. Well, that's a rocket fuel production plant, or a LOX production facility. Oh, look, there's all the trucks. Update the picture. Okay. Now, why would they use a row of condensers, Goalie, as opposed to 3 gigantic condensers over here? Why would they do that? Different gases condense at different temperatures. The thing to the left is all new. Whoa. Okay. This is freaking stationeers, man. What is this thing? Yeah, I have no idea what I'm looking at. I know that this is... I know what it does. I know it's a propellant production plant, but I'm guessing those are the LOX holding tanks because the trucks attach right there next to the tanks. So... yeah, that's basically it. I have no freaking clue otherwise. Would SPAL fans be more off the shelf? Yeah, but when you're talking about commercial condensers like this for air conditioners, for industrial HVAC, awesome dude, there's those things are off the shelf when it comes to cooling stuff like that. For curiosity, compare this against the air separator plant in MIMS. I don't know where that is. I think that is what we're looking at, Loopy. I think that's what we're looking at right there. Hey, junkyard. Nice. See if we can find a common thread. I don't see anything except for the distillery tower. There's more condensers over there. What is that thing though? Easier to source? Yeah, I guess. Update on Frankencrane. They've upgraded it from P102 to the P108 configuration and they're now working on the jib. Cool. Let me see. What is... condensers have a thickness limit depending on the fluid that they're cooling. It may be that large flat system is more efficient in time versus power. Yeah, that's true. Zeppelin, yeah, that's the other thing we got to understand, that SpaceX is trying to do this quick, so that might explain the difference in the condenser design. But dude, I mean, you know what's crazy, Zeppelin? Look at that manifold. Like, I would swoon over this if I was standing next to it. I'd be like, that's ridiculous, man. Who the heck engineered this, let alone built the damn thing? That's really freaking cool. And that's not even like the coolest thing here. Like, the coolest thing is the rocket ship that they're making next door. But this is still pretty damn cool. Smaller fans probably have a smaller lead time and can scale better. My guess is scalability, Savvy. Yeah, I agree. I'm with you. I agree with you. How oxygen is made. Okay, let's see.
In this video, we will learn how oxygen is made artificially.
So this is coming from a YouTuber, Amit Sengupta.
The whole process is like this. At first, air is sucked inside a compressor.
I've never seen this channel
There's
before.
a filter before that, so that there are no impurities like dust particles. If you look inside a compressor, there are two valves. The inlet valve sucks air in, and then with the help of a piston, the air is compressed to a very high pressure. The compressed air is then released through the discharge valve. One thing that you have to understand is that when air is compressed, it heats up. Because when you pressurize a gas by compressing it into a container, you're putting all those molecules into a smaller volume of space, and you are adding potential energy by the compression. Then when you release that gas back to atmospheric pressure, that energy has to go somewhere. So it's given off in the form of heat. That means the air that is released through the discharge valve is a warm air. Now this warm compressed air needs to be cooled. For that, it is passed through a freezing unit, and that is done with the help of liquid nitrogen. Liquid nitrogen is very cold. It can freeze anything instantly. Here you have to understand that liquid nitrogen is not mixed with the compressed air. Rather, the discharge pipe through which the compressed air flows out, that pipe is covered with coil tubing. Liquid nitrogen is pumped into that coil tube, which is in direct touch with the discharge valve, through which compressed air is flowing out.
Cool.
After coming in touch with liquid nitrogen, the compressed air becomes cold. The temperature falls down up to minus 200 degrees Celsius. The cold compressed air is then sent to a separator. Here carbon dioxide is separated as
See, he said, did he say compressed air or condensed air?
To minus 200 degrees Celsius. The cold compressed air is then sent to a separator. Here carbon dioxide is separated as dry ice. The air that is now free from carbon dioxide is sent through an expansion turbine, where the air is allowed to expand. Here the air turns into liquid. It is called liquefied air. Its temperature is around minus 200 degrees Celsius.
So the condensers that we're looking at would be part of the freezing unit system. That's part of this over here. And that's what this is. Over here, that's what this guy's talking about. That tower is the separator. I know that tower is the sep. That's this part. I don't know where the compressor is. Maybe those things? I've dealt directly with getting parts made in super complicated small parts have a much faster turnaround than large parts that are super simple. I mean, Savvy, somebody said that, you know, it would be more off the shelf, and you know what? Now, the more that we're talking about it, I think whoever said it, I forget who said it, I think whoever said it was right. That's probably correct. I would guess the blue things are the pumps, compressors, and the flat part is the chilling part. You're off the large tower is the end of the video. Oh.
In the
okay.
end, liquid air is sent into an air distillation column where it is slowly warmed up, because it then separates various components of air like nitrogen, argon, oxygen, etc. As you may know, air is a mixture of different gases. So in this air distillation column, different gases that are present in the air is separated by slowly warming up the liquefied air. Nitrogen gets separated first, because nitrogen boils around minus 196 degrees Celsius. After that, argon gets separated, because argon boils at minus 186 degrees Celsius. Oxygen, which has a higher boiling point, is left behind and is collected separately. Now please don't get confused, because minus 196 is much more cooler than minus 186. Oxygen boils around minus 182 to minus 185. So if you look at these three temperatures, obviously minus 185 is higher compared to other two. That means oxygen has higher boiling point. At the bottom of the air distillation column, you will see liquid oxygen settles down. Argon gas is sold for industrial use, particularly in the iron and steel industry, for welding and casting.
Yeah,
Nitrogen
TIG
gas
welders.
is used to make fertilizers and food packaging industries. So basically from this entire process, in the end you will get liquid oxygen. Liquid oxygen is then transported by filling it into special containers.
Yeah, I don't need that part. We know that part. So, here, let's look at RGV's full picture here. This is cool, man. This picture though, just on a side note. Yeah, the separator is on Ku. That's pretty, I mean, that's pretty smart. It makes sense. Alright, let's take a look. So look, bigger condensers over here. See, link, please. Thomas, can you link this up again? Hey, Bio, what's going on? The tower is the distillation column. Oh, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, so no, we generally don't like people advertising their channel in here unsolicited. Can you please not do that, please? I mean, I appreciate it if you even bothered to ask me, but, you know, we can't do that. Can't do that in this day and age. I wouldn't do that to you. Flex plate compressors. How much lock will the Starship Super Heavy stack need? I'm not sure, Hellfish. It's not about on a per stack basis, dude. They always need to have fuel. The infrastructure to make liquid methane and liquid oxygen is nowhere near what they need to achieve rapid prototyping of Starship and rapid flights of Starship. So that's why they built them themselves. Built it themselves. Like how Henry Ford in the 20s There was no metal manufacturing that could deal with the quantity that he needed to mass produce cars, so he made his own freaking foundry. That foundry still works. See, now I'm confused as to what's going on over here. I don't... These things... These cryogenic shell tanks, like, those are obviously storage tanks for the propellants, but... I thought that this was the permanent position for these. It's definitely not. Oh my gosh, we're still doing space news. I was gone for like 3 hours. It's just cryo shell production? Yeah, I gotcha. Booster hold down structure. 15, 16, the max cube bird cage. Thrust simulator. 2.1. See, now I'm wondering, like, see, I still don't understand what this is. It looks like they got condensers for the whole process over here. I don't know what the heck that thing's supposed to be. I think someone suggested in chat that this could be for propellant and this one could be for methane and that one could be for liquid oxygen. But, yeah, I don't know. Don't know for sure. It's hard to extrapolate what all this does. And then there's the integration area right there. That's where they're building the tower segments, right? Anyway, that's a great picture. We should use that for more analyzation. Let's go back over here. Jeez, goalie. Yikes. Because they're all power generators to turn the compressors. Sounds right, Killer Fun. Honk honk. Yeah, right. I'm off to bed. I hope you have the fun hunt the streamer. Thank you. Yeah, Jaka, I think that's the right call. Did you ever find out what those structures are for? Savvy, no. The Dinglebop, I have no freaking idea. I guess it's some kind of test article for Super Heavy, but honestly, you could say that it's used for storing bananas at this point, and it would have equal amount of... Like, I would have the equal amount of progress in terms of how I think the application works. Like... Okay, great. It's used for testing something with Super Heavy. I do not understand how that works. Oh, good. It's used for storing bananas. Yep. Don't know how that works either. You know, like there it is, dude. I don't know. I call that thing right there, that's next to SN15, that the crane is working on. I call that the Dinglebop because I have no idea what the frick it does. Compress methane enough and it does. Oh man. Compress methane enough and it does not explode, mind you. It just turns to less desirable substances, like tar. Yeah. See this thing? I don't know what that does. Couldn't tell you. Can't eat bananas. Must be dumb. Yep. How many bananas could we fit inside a starship? 1,000 cubic meters? Wait, are we filling the fuel tanks with bananas or the payload bay? Potassium is explosive. You could use that as rocket fuel. How many hours do you think SpaceX has racked up? Yes. Both. We're just going to fill it up. Wouldn't it be a banana silo at that point instead of a grain silo? It looks like a test stand to hold super heavy. How and where? How and where? Killer, what's that? Oh, that's a Marcus House video. I'll have to check that out. Yeah, I know Marcus. That guy's cool. I know Marcus. That guy's cool. Isn't that the adapter for test firing the heavy booster on the Starship stand? No, it's the adapter's already out there. Booster 3 is sitting on it. Could be a mass simulator. For what? I think I heard a rumor about it as a load test. Okay, Dinglebop it is then, Devlin. That's about 50 million bananas. Yep. A hinge Dinglebop at that, yep. I mean, Zero, if you turn that thing on its side, it probably looks like a Stargate. Those generators make 14.5 megawatt hours each. That's cool. GSC-3 tank moved out of the mid-bay? Now I'm really confused. Maybe something regarding compressing a vehicle externally. Yeah. I didn't know SpaceX walking was a thing until today. SpaceX walking, Spitfire? What do you mean, dude? I mean, a lot of this footage, yeah, I get it, is just guys walking around, but every once in a while, you have to comb through it to get the good stuff, bro. SpaceX watching? Oh, NASA Spaceflight does it all the time, Spit. I have permission to look at their videos here on stream. But yeah, over at NSF, you can get daily updates for what's going on down in Texas, like that truck that's pulling that trailer around. See? We now know that the trailer is down the street. No, like, okay, so this thing right here, dude, that right there is the orbital launch table. So that is the part where the rocket will mount to the launch pad. We've watched this thing get built over time, and what I try to do, Spit, is it's not just me going, wow, that's really cool, even though I do that sometimes. I try to figure out how it works. If I can see something get put together, we can kind of fill in the blanks as to how the engineering's supposed to work. And that, you know, that makes us it helps me understand what the heck's going through Elon's head, so to speak. You know? This LNG plant uses small fans, so what we're seeing at Boca is indeed an LH2 plant and not an O2 plant. So yeah, whoever said at the very beginning that one of those is for liquid methane and the other one is for liquid oxygen, there you go. They're a propellant plant for liquid fuel and oxidizer. Oh god, okay, sorry. Yeah, Spit, it's pretty cool. I mean, if you want to see this footage without me yammering over it, go check out NASA Spaceflight. Spit, you can't really take my word for it because you don't know me. You don't know me, but I don't shill for stuff. I don't take sponsorships on this stream. It's all me. There's no like, oh, EJ's stream sponsored by Derp. Nope. None of that. I don't do that here. So I wouldn't say go and follow these or go and subscribe to that YouTube unless I absolutely meant it. No, Jaka, I I burped and now I feel like crap all of a sudden. I'm not gonna lie to you. I haven't eaten anything. I haven't eaten anything since yesterday. Derp would sponsor you. Yep. Are you covering Brenton in the morning? Will he beat Bezos to the control room? I'll try to. Bit of acid reflux? No. I'll try to be here for it. There's the booster. That's the prototype first stage. You should fix that. I'm trying... Brondo sponsorships are overrated. Menergy! Derp has a quality product! You shut your mouth. Yeah, better than Chevy's. Got him! Boom, 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 boom! I remember when you weren't a corporate sheet. Well, Swishio, you're not a corporate sheet, but you're a piece of sheet. I don't have any juice, Jaka. You made risotto for the crew at work today. They were all asking for more. Oh, why you gotta talk about food, man? And you asked chat what some pieces of equipment are for, like the welders, and why they have compressed oxygen tanks when you don't know, and I love that. Yeah, Killer Fun, I want to learn. Dude, I'm a knowledge sponge. I love learning things. I like knowing how things work. Not because, you know, oh, I need to know how everything works in my world because I need to be in control. It's not anything like that. I like knowing how stuff works because the best way to say it is in meme form, but we live in a civilization. We live in a society, right? That's why I want to know how stuff works. Somebody sat there and they thought about this thing and they put a lot of effort into it too. You know, like a smartphone, like how that works. Like it's really, I mean, it manifests itself the most with rockets, but it's also everything else. I want to know how it works because I don't like taking stuff for quartz. I don't like taking stuff for limestone and granite. You know what I mean? I like knowing, like my car, for instance. Like I like knowing how that works because I think we don't sit here and understand. Most people just, yeah, it's just a car. You know? I like knowing how this stuff works. I like understanding it. It's really cool. Really cool stuff, and it makes me happy. It's like the amount of effort put forth is very, very inspiring, to be honest with you. And magnets. I don't think anybody knows how they work. How do they work? You're more of a tube yourself? Nice. Got no other useful suggestions then. Yeah, it's no problem. Jack, I got like 2 to 3 hours of sleep last night. So my body's starting to tell me like, hey, you should, you know, do those things that you need to do to keep living. Remember when I told you about the boom, my grandparents' shop? Oh, that's cool, Killer. Nice. The big three are a big joke. Wrecked. Yeah, I like knowing how this stuff works. I think it's really cool, man. It's very interesting stuff, and yeah, it just fascinates me. Like, it could be this, it could be a steam engine. Seeing it all work is just... it's pretty inspiring stuff. You know, there's people out doing this, you know. It inspires me to do better. It inspires me to be better at what I do here. Or at least try to. Starship Super Heavy magnetic. It's stainless steel, Bill. Now, a lot of stainless steel is not magnetic. I'm not sure if the alloy that they're using, which is 304L, or 30X stainless, I'm not sure if that's magnetic or not. But generally, stainless steel isn't. So if I asked Elon how magnets work, he wouldn't be able to tell me. Actually, he'd probably understand the meme because he's freaking a meme lord, and he'd probably laugh. Magnets, how do they work? There's the, see those things over there. Those things are heat exchangers. Right? Those are heat exchangers for the coolant loop for the propellant storage, right? .3OX stainless is ferrous enough to be magnetic. But why male models? Yeah, there's raptors loose, be careful. Tide goes in, tide goes out. You can't explain why I ate them. Wait, what? Whoa. What is that, man? Except austenitic stainless steel, which is actually 300 series stainless, such as 304 and 316. However, 300 stainless is non-magnetic only after it is freshly formed. Interesting. Guy bought aluminum tubes! Do I have to tell you what the frick you can do with an aluminum tube? Aluminum! Is liquid oxygen just gaseous oxygen under extreme pressure? Yeah, man. Well, it doesn't need to be under extreme pressure. Well, liquid oxygen, for it to exist, like inside of Earth's atmosphere, junkyard, needs to be super freaking cold. You basically need to cool the oxygen enough, right? You're cooling the oxygen down enough for it to become, it's found naturally as a gas, right? You got to cool it down enough for it to become a liquid, right? And liquid oxygen doesn't exist at sea level. It needs to be, what did the guy say in the video? Like minus 180 or something? And when you get it cold enough, that gas will condense. And technically, going from a gas to a liquid is increasing density. 185, there you go. So, yeah. It's not under extreme pressure. It's more temperature. And you know what the crazy part is? If you take liquid oxygen, right? And you cool it enough at a high pressure, very cold oxygen boils. Yeah, physics gets weird when you change the temperature and stuff. Well, not weird, it's actually pretty damn predictable, but nice tool. Chevy security truck. So, I always say that a good indicator of how heavy something is that this thing is carrying is how many axles do you see. The more axles that you see on the truck and the trailer that's hauling it, the heavier it is. Now, this has an oversized load marker on it. I don't think I need to tell you it's an oversized load, but you can extrapolate weight from this. So we have a truck with 3 axles out back. 3. So this truck's already designed to move heavy things around. Anyway, no, they weren't transporting my mom, Thomas. They were transporting your mom. All right. So Tesla. So we have 2 bogies there, 2 bogies there, 2 bogies in the back, and the bogies at the back have rear wheel steering too, which is pretty cool. See those ones? They're steering. See that? Those wheels are turning. So we have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 10 axles with 3 axles on the truck. That thing is heavy as hell. Yeah, whatever that tube is. I have a source of pure oxygen from a nitrogen generator at work. I can get it compressed into a tank. Is it feasible to cool it to use as fuel somehow? Oxidizer is not fuel. Liquid oxygen is an oxidizer. So, Junkyard, think intake. Cold air intake, not fuel injector. And yeah, be careful with that. I would strongly suggest not doing that unless you really knew what you were doing. Just use an oxyacetylene torch if you want to have fun with that stuff. But seriously, be careful, man. Oxygen makes stuff... Oxygen doesn't blow up well by itself. It makes other things blow up really nicely. Only has 5 baseline axles, which is... Only has baseline for 5 axles, which is rated at 84,400. 5 axles is rated for 80,000 pounds. That thing has 12. Jeez, man. Like propane. Yeah, sure. Oh, man. Tesla. Well, I tell you what, they are down in Texas, boys, so that could be one big, gigantic propane tank. It's one heck of a metal flange rider. Mahmoud moved it. You know it's big. Yeah. Come on. What if someone wants theirs well done? Well, I tell you, Bio, we ask them politely but firmly to leave. Hey, a cryogenic vaporizer. We get it, Elon. You vape. Jeez. Seriously though, that's a big freaking... That's a big vaporizer. Duel. Yeah. Killer, it's pretty awesome. Yeah, Jackie, you remember when the slug of nitrogen tetroxide in Dragon hit the titanium valve? SpaceX had a capsule that they were testing with Dragon a little while back, and they were trying to repressurize the fuel system to test the launch escape motors on a capsule. And some nitrogen tetroxide went where it got into a line that it shouldn't have gotten into. And then when they pressurized the system, that nitrogen tetroxide hit a titanium valve. It came in contact with the titanium valve at high pressure, and the NTO ignited the titanium. The titanium was your fuel in that case, and the NTO was the oxidizer, and bye-bye. That was the end of that. Yeah. You say a little while back, that was almost 2 years ago to the day. Nice. That sounds like a design issue. Yeah, they replaced the valves, Jack, with burst discs after that. That was one of the final, design changes to Dragon before it flew people. That was on 420, by the way. Cool. Alright, guys. Well, that's the NSF videos done for the day. Fellas, I'm gonna be honest with you. In the last, 30 minutes, I feel like trash. I'm probably gonna take a break. I'm not gonna do Kerbal tonight. I'm sorry, I didn't expect to feel like trash today. So I'm gonna be back at 11 for Hunt the Streamer. We're gonna do a Hunt the Streamer tonight. Yeah, we're gonna do Hunt the Streamer tonight. So it's the first Hunt the Streamer we've done in a good while, but everybody's schedule's lined up. So Hunt the Streamer is, if you like it, it's basically, or if you like GTA, or you like seeing streamers in misery,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
which is basically me right now. Fractal, take care. Thanks, man. If you like seeing that kind of stuff, basically what people do, we go into a private session in GTA 5 online, and people try to hunt me down and run me over with cars. Yeah. It gets aggravating, but it is fun. So, I'm going to take a break, guys. I know I said I'd play some KSP, but we'll get that business done with the SSTOs on Monday. I'm just not... I don't feel good. I really got to go lie down. So, I'm going to go take a quick nap. I'll be back for Hunt the Streamer in about 2 hours. Okay? Let's see if we can give somebody a raid here just while we're waiting. Yeah, Faulty. I'll be back in 2 hours for Hunt the Streamer. I know you guys want to see that, so. Taradra's doing some RimWorld stuff. Let's just raid Taradra for now. Jim's streaming KSP Kicking, but he's not there. Hey, there's Taradra's stream. Go see what he's up to, guys. We'll give him a host for a little while, and then hell yeah. He's psyched about it. I'll be back at 11. I'm just gonna go lie down for a little bit. But we got Hunt the Streamer. And once again, sorry about not playing KSP tonight. I apologize. I didn't really take into account feeling bad all of a sudden. Dude, I was good until about 30 minutes ago, and then I like burped, and then I'm like, oh, I feel dizzy. So I'm gonna go lie down for a bit. I'll be back, and I will see you guys then in about 2 hours for Hunt the Streamer. The pop-up is annoying me, so